Buongiorno.
Grazie.
Sì. Metto qua. Ah, sì. Eh? No. Va bene.
No, sei insomma, no?
Mi fido della tua regista. Buongiorno a tutti. Buongiorno a tutti. Thank you everybody for coming to this second Italian-Norwegian conference on the impact of European regulation on models of banking and finance. This speech will just an introductory remark to state why we are here, because we are here to study but also to celebrate the establishment of a new association which would like to hold as a permanent conference this, let's say, friendship between certain Italian professor and Norwegian professor. Actually, it's a long time friendship because it was started when I was a student, and Professor Capriglione, who is here, invited Mads and Denas, professor who is not here today because he is ill. He was not able to catch his flight, but he texted me that he's remotely connected with us. But you invited Mads and Denas to take a lesson, and that was also my first experience on a chair as a student because I was called to translate for some colleagues his speech. So, in this respect, today we will start a permanent conference which will be held both in Rome and Oslo twice per year, and we will study the European Union regulation for the market of capitals. The reason why we connect these two countries is because Norway is in the European region without being in the European Union. So we, as Italian, I would like to get their point of view and their critical approach to the European regulation when it becomes national. Why it becomes domestic? Because being part of the European economic area, Norway has to develop a sort of a key communautaire to be linked with the European Union. On the other perspective, while dealing with maths, we realized that Italy is faster than Norway in adapting its own regulation to the European models because of our belonging to the European Union. So even the Norwegian scholars may benefit from the Italian analysis of European regulation. So this mix and match, questo miscuglio di interessi, has led us today, ci ha portato qui oggi. As you will see, we are honored to have the ambassador of Norway in Italy, as well as we had the Italian ambassador in Oslo in July. So this is very important for us to, let's say, crystallize our relationship and to show our promises to an institutional presence. So I won't take a lot of time to the ambassador who has to come back to the embassy, but I will talk a little bit more after his speech. Okay, thank you.
Dear all, good morning to all of you, and a special thanks also to the representatives here in the panel from the Uni Marconi University for hosting us here today. And I would also like to make a special greeting to all the representatives from the University of Oslo, from the Norwegian Business School, from Luis, Tor Vergata, Sapienza, and Complutense de Madrid, yes, that I understand are also represented here. So this is really a great group, and I've had the pleasure actually to interact with several of these universities before. So I was very pleased when I received the invitation to meet you all and also to and also to participate at the opening of this conference on the impact of regulations on models of banking and finance. And actually, academic relations between Italy and Norway are quite strong, something I had the opportunity to observe when I accompanied President Mattarella on a state visit to Oslo and NTNU in Trondheim in 2023. But this conference is really another example involving a prestigious academic institutions here in Rome and in Norway. And I was very pleased to learn this morning that you are actually establishing this new association and that this is becoming more institutionalized. And I also liked the argument you gave for why you want to cooperate with Norway. I will get a bit back to that. But as the Chinese say, this seems to be a win-win, but in a positive sense. Academic relations are really, I would say, a cornerstone of the bilateral relations between our countries. And I would particularly like to commend Professor Mats Andenes, who I understand is listening in from Oslo, for really his long-standing commitment to building these relations together with his Italian counterparts. And I see this is really now, there are new fruits coming out of this commitment. And you mentioned the EEA agreement, and indeed, even being part of the legal and regulatory discussions in Europe is fundamental for Norway. We may not be part of the European Union, but we like to say that we are the most integrated non-member of the Union through this EEA agreement. Through this agreement and about 100 other agreements we have with the European Union, we have adopted about 75% of the acquis communautaire. And it's clear that the successful integration of the very dynamic development of EU law into our system is a very heavy task. And conferences like the one today and the networks that you have established here, I would say, are very important for our constant efforts to integrate even more closely with the EU. And I'm happy to hear actually also that because Norwegians have a different perspective on these regulations, this is also useful for you. So again, this win-win. And the focus on European regulation of banking and finance is very timely, because listening to former prime ministers of Italy, Letta and Draghi, which I have the opportunity to listen to sometimes here, one quickly understands that more integrated European capital markets will be fundamental for Europe's future. Mobilizing capital and keeping more of it in Europe is a precondition not only to safeguard our industries and strategic autonomy, but also to achieve the green transition. And Norway definitely wants to be part of that. Let me, to conclude, just stress also the importance of upholding solid legal traditions and principles in a world where the jungle grows back, to quote the American scholar Robert Kagan. Strong institutions, separation of powers, the rule of law, transparent and predictable regulatory frameworks are cornerstones of our societies. And too many wish to tear it down, I'm afraid. I did my law studies at the University of Oslo once upon a time, but as a diplomat, you quickly become a generalist. So some has been forgotten. However, in all the countries I have worked, be it with peace processes, transitional justice, maritime delimitation, or regulations for green energy, I've been constantly reminded of the importance of the principled commitment of legal scholars and practitioners alike. So I wish you luck with this conference and also with the institutionalization of these conferences. And I hope to see you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Yeah. This is a promise, so we will meet again
Yes.
several times.
Yeah, very good.
Okay.
Thank you so
for coming.
much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And good luck.
Okay, so no, the weather is quite. Maybe we were asking if it's too warm for Norwegian, but for Italian, it is not. It's fine. So, Thank you very much. Let m- I would like to take 5 minutes to thank University Marconi. We have two prominent members and I see the rector. So I will take 5 minutes away to my rector because let's say we are in Uni Marconi 2.0, as we are used to say. We started 20 years ago together. We saw the development of a very good model because at the beginning Marconi was a mix, a match of old scholars coming here to give their knowledge and we were young, and young scholars starting their career. So we had Professor Capriglione, Professor Alpa, Professor Merusi, Professor Rossano, and several Italian scholars that came here and established a new method of research. We had also Paola Savona, who is now serving at the Italian Financial Authority, and Professor Rainer Masera, who has a huge number of chairs to be seated on. So these give us a new methodology who led us to respect the old and take from them, but also give us a home, let's say, to start new researches. This is why this conference has, let's say, two souls. Today we'll speak full professors, and tomorrow we will add young scholars to develop the analysis. And this is possible because of the new wave of the University Marconi, whereby we have set up new digital space to have a streaming on YouTube and so to connect worldwide people. Let me say that I was understand yesterday, we have just this year 700 students from Africa, so countries where universities are not, and this is a very good sign of inclusion. So this is a real ESG approach. So the new wave of Marconi is projected worldwide. This is why this conference is in English, even if we'll have certain parts in Italian, because the bellezza, la grande bellezza della nostra lingua, so the beautiful way of our language probably will get lost into translation. Perdiamo un po' di bellezza nella traduzione in una lingua semplice qual è l'inglese. However, I want to thank you, University Marconi, because all of this is possible. This is why we will have the rector who will speak after me, and also Professor Ungari, who is the head of the department, and Professor Ulrike Haider, who is the coordinator of the PhD program. So this is our projection towards a new University Marconi, Digital Marconi 2.0. Rector, sorry for taking away 5 minutes from you. I'll let you speak.
Thank you. You don't have to be sorry. Actually, I'm glad, so my speech will be even shorter. Good morning to everybody, and welcome to the University Guglielmo Marconi. I'm very happy to be here, even if on distance, to welcome you to this very interesting and very important conference. The topic of the conference, well, you know much better than me, is very important in this particular moment of time, and it is because we are going through a number of changes, very fast changes, which have a very relevant financial and economical implication, and it is very useful to be able to follow them, to understand them, discussing and comparing different experiences and ideas in an international environment like this conference. So it's a pleasure for me to thank all the organizers, in particular Professor Lemma, for putting all of this together, and to thank all the honorable guests and speakers coming from several universities in Rome. I saw that tomorrow session will be in the Lewis University. I'm very glad that this kind of collaboration is going on. And we also have guests and speakers from other universities from Rome, but also, well, clearly from Oslo. But also I saw from Spain and other nations. And well, of course, even if understandably he already left, I also thanks the Norway ambassador for having found the time in his very busy schedule to give an address here. And I would like to end just saying that I'm very happy for the news that Valerio just gave, that this is not an isolated event, but just a part of a more structured and more stable relationship between our university and the University of Oslo. As Valerio mentioned, we are pressing and widening the international relationship and international scope of our university. So this kind of relationship of a structured relationship at the level of research is a very fundamental step in our strategy. And I'm particularly happy that it happens with the University of Oslo because, well, I've been there several times. I had many scientific relationship. I also collaborated with them in a couple of EU projects, and it's always been a pleasure to interact with the people from Oslo, from Norway, from the Nordic countries in general. And so I'm also personally happy to know that this is going on. This is just one step, but it will go on in the future. So thank you, everybody, and I wish you a very pleasant and fruitful conference today and tomorrow, and in the future too. Thank you.
Thank you, Rector. Before going further, I would like to connect to the words of the Rector, talking about the involvement of Lewis, because Andrea also has a connection with Lewis, and we choose to connect historical university where I studied, which is quite older than this, and we have also several professors from Lewis University, and I think that the digital experience of Marconi, the traditional private experience of Luis Guido Carli, and the Norwegian approach of University of Oslo give a mixture that will enrich our discussion. As I anticipate, today we will have the full professor speaking, and tomorrow at Lewis University we will have the young scholars linked to them. It's approach that maybe we will change in the future by letting young people talking before the full professor, but we will see, and I will look for your feedback about this. Now let me introduce the head of our Department of Law, which is, let's say, a looking forward Department of Law, and also head of department, because thanks to Andrea, we always have an interdisciplinary approach to law and regulation, because he is able to coordinate our interests for the Grundnorme, for the rules, and he is strongly linked with the reality and the history without being focused on our histories. I like Andrea's approach, and I let him speak just to give a follow-up.
Thank you, Valerio, and it's a pleasure, and thank you for all the guests, the professors, the students, and the scholars that are here in Piazza Colonna in this beautiful room. For us as a university, but also as a department, it's a pleasure to have here, to create, as the rector said, to create a collaboration, connection with other universities, other academic reality, and this meeting, this conference, today's conference is important, and also the idea to make permanent this conference also for the next year, but obviously maybe it could be change the presence of the full professor of the scholars, but this is not important. And it's important also to have a collaboration with Luis Guido Carli, as Valerio said, because it's a very important university in Rome, and we have many of us have a connection with the Luis Guido Carli, and it's very important. As the rector said, this is not a single event. In this new approach of the university to realize a collaboration and a connection with other countries and other university. From last year, there is an office in the structure of the university for the foreign relations with the other university. The rector improved this aspect with many connection, many meeting with other university, and this is the reason because the occasion of today is important to create a collaboration, a more strong collaboration with the university in Oslo, and it's a very beautiful university. I was in this university in 2016 for a conference, of course. Well, I would like to say thanks to Valerio that organized this conference with his connection, with his idea to realize this important conference about obviously the finance and bank, but also in the framework of European Union that in this period is leaves some critical situation also from this point of view. And I think that's all. Thank you for all the guests present today, and I wish good luck for the works, for the jobs, for the works of today, and also for tomorrow in Luis Guido Carli. Thank you, Valerio.
Thank you, Andrea. I fully agree with you, and as I told you before, we have a new wave, a new approach in Uni Marconi that make us a open university, in the meaning that we are open-minded to new connection, new approaches, and also for the recall to Luis, which has a very clever experience. We have here Professor Capriglione and Professoressa Pellegrini, who taught a lot in the University of Luis. And let me say that this is not my idea. It's an idea that comes from Professor Capriglione and this strong connection with Mats and Denas, but also from Marco Sepe, Mirella Pellegrini, and Vincenzo Troiano, who are, I don't want to say the elder student of Professor Capriglione, but I cannot find in this very bad language that is English a more polite word. So, however, let me say that we would like just to be the core of this connection with this university to develop a permanent center of studies. And let me anticipate that this center of studies is strongly connected with our PhD program, because when we were in Oslo, we had 4 PhD candidate with us, and that's let's say we have done bella figura in Italian, but we have had a good view because the Norwegian professor came back. So this is, and let me introduce Ulrike Heider, because she is the coordinator of our PhD program, and she takes care of several students. I don't want to say the number because it's a huge number, but it's a number of huge quality. We have students that are already associate professor and have developed several researchers. So it's a PhD program who has proven with facts its quality. Don't you agree?
Fully agree.
Please, Ulrike.
Okay. Esteemed Rector, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as the coordinator of the PhD course in Legal and Political Sciences, I'm delighted to see so many esteemed colleagues and passionate researchers and students gathered here today. Special thanks to Valerio Lemma for his outstanding work in organizing this event and for his valuable international collaborations, as well as my joy to see the warm welcome given to our brilliant PhD students who will have the unique opportunity to approach this significant topic with interdisciplinary approach, learning from experts in the field of EU banking law and making important professional connections. Our PhD program stands for the vision of academic excellence that Uni Marconi fosters, and Valeria already mentioned it, with a strong focus on both international and interdisciplinary perspectives. The course equips the candidates with the intellectual tools needed to navigate the complex and dynamic fields of law and political science in an increasingly globalized world. Our candidates are encouraged to explore diverse methodologies from comparative studies to innovative approaches in policy analysis, all within an environment that values international collaboration and cross-cultural dialogue. A conference like today's is therefore a particularly valuable opportunity for our PhD students to deal with a central topic of the EU integration process and to be able to exchange ideas with experts from Italy and Norway. I would also like to warmly welcome the colleagues from University of Oslo and thank them for their excellent cooperation. Norway is part of the European Economic Area, but it operates under slightly different regulations than the EU countries. By collaborating with Norwegian experts, Italian candidates can deepen their understanding of banking regulations and policies that might differ from Italy's and explore how these policies impact stability, sustainability, and innovation in the banking sector. I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to all the PhD candidates that are here today, those who present the speech today and tomorrow, as well as those in the audience who follow the conference with scientific interest. Your dedication, curiosity, and hard work are the driving forces behind the success of our program. Your participation in this conference underscores the importance of your academic journey, and we are all excited to learn from your insights and perspectives throughout the event. Thank you all for being here, and I look forward to the inspiring discussions that will unfold in the coming 2 days. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you. As anticipated, we are a multicultural university, and I told Ulrike to speak 2 minutes, and she spoke 2 minutes because of her Middle European culture. So he was supposed to talk also Professor Guido Alpa, but he's here, he's in Genoa right now, and he's going to connect in a few minutes. So maybe we will stop later the conference to let him join us and speak after he's done his own, let's say, appointments. Time is for Professor Capriglione, who will introduce the conference by focusing the topic all the topics. Si può mettere accanto? Sì, direi di lì. Sì. Marco, credo che i freddi. So, good news is that we are quite early, so we will have more time for the lunch break. And let me thank once again, grazie Professor, for this wonderful idea and this opportunity. And let me share with you our discussion of the last months, because we often argue with Professor Capriglione, because he has not overcoming the idea, non ha superato l'idea di insegnarmi sempre cose nuove, quindi ancora dibattiamo. So at the beginning we were talking about speaking always in English or in Italian and using the automatic translation, and while talking about this speech we argue a lot and say let's come to English, and Professor argues l'inglese è brutto. Let me translate English, is too simple to reflect our approach. I was trying to argue that yes, but that's very specific word for any meeting, but he said yes, but it's ugly, and this sounds ugly. At the end, I used my last card, which was not a good card, about Joyce, who was a very famous English writer who works as a translator in Generali, the Italian insurance company. And this card didn't work at all. So we will have the Italian speech with all his well-known words and the English translation on the screen. Prego, professore. Yes.
Buongiorno. Ringrazio anch'io l'Università Marconi e l'Università Guido Carli, nonché il Mazan Denas e Valerio Lemma, che sono gli organizzatori di questo convegno, nel quale oggi studiosi noti affronteranno l'esame di nuovi modelli bancari e finanziari dell'UE. La tematica oggetto di esame si presenta particolarmente complessa, in quanto riflette scelte operative dell'Unione forse poco adeguate o quantomeno premature rispetto al contesto socio-politico che caratterizza l'Europa. È noto, infatti, che la questione climatica ha dato l'avvio ad un contesto disciplinare volto a definire la tassonomia delle attività economiche, sì da offrire una nozione comune di sostenibilità. La regolazione, disposta in sede europea, ha avuto di mira l'obiettivo di dare attuazione agli impegni assunti con l'Accordo di Parigi e con l'Agenda 2030 delle Nazioni Unite. Il piano d'azione per il supporto della crescita dei Paesi UE e l'adozione del Green Deal hanno dato contenuto agli interventi del regolatore europeo, delineando il quadro della finanza sostenibile. Il regolamento UE numero 852 del 2020 offre poi una compiuta classificazione delle attività ecosostenibili sulla base di puntuali criteri scientifici, segnando una decisiva tappa nella sfida ambientale dell'Unione. In esso si affrontano in maniera sistematica le minacce dei cambiamenti climatici, vale a dire la perdita della biodiversità, il consumo eccessivo di risorse, la riduzione dello strato di ozono, eccetera, individuando gli investimenti ecosostenibili che avrebbero dovuto consentire all'UE di raggiungere il traguardo della neutralità carbonica entro il 2050. Detto complesso disciplinare si completa col regolamento UE 631 del 2019 che definisce i livelli di prestazione in materia di emissione di CO2 delle autovetture nuove e dei veicoli commerciali leggeri. Ciò puntando alla decarbonizzazione del trasporto su strada in vista della realizzazione degli indicati obiettivi dell'Unione. Si è individuata una meta cui è di ostacolo l'attuale situazione economico-finanziaria dell'UE, oggi colpita dalla crisi dell'auto e quindi del suo indotto, con conseguenti effetti negativi sulle prospettive di sviluppo dei prossimi anni. A ciò si aggiunga l'incognita Trump, che tra la minaccia di un innalzamento dei dazi e la richiesta di uno smisurato ampliamento delle spese militari ai paesi NATO, lascia intravedere ulteriori significative difficoltà a carico degli Stati membri dell'UE. È prevedibile che la realizzazione del rappresentato modello di ecosostenibilità subisca, nella migliore delle ipotesi, un rinvio. Si evidenzia nel contempo il limite di una ambivalenza di fondo che purtroppo penalizza l'UE a causa della intrinseca debolezza della sua politica. Quest'ultima non riesce a trovare l'abbrivio per un cambio di passo che la conduca ad una più stretta coesione e auspicabilmente all'assunzione di una forma federativa. Intensi cambiamenti nella geopolitica del pianeta, unitamente alla fine della globalizzazione, rischiano di porre fine al sogno europeo, che da oltre mezzo secolo ha animato le aspettative di coloro che, come me, hanno creduto nella possibilità di veder realizzati gli Stati Uniti d'Europa. Sotto altro profilo, non può omettersi di sottolineare il ruolo centrale svolto dalla finanza nel farsi portatrice delle istanze indotte dai mutamenti istituzionali, culturali e della politica. Essa interagisce sulla realizzazione degli obiettivi di natura sociopolitica, cui nei variegati momenti storici viene rivolto il flusso dei finanziamenti. In tale contesto va scritto specifico rilievo al modello organizzativo bancario, la cui definizione è fondamentale nella ricerca di ottimali condizioni di sviluppo economico. Orbene, a seguito della realizzazione dell'UBE, le autorità di vertice dell'ordinamento finanziario europeo favoriscono l'attuazione di un modello bancario fondato sulla grande dimensione, nel convincimento che quest'ultimo impedisca l'insorgere delle crisi. Ciò ha determinato la creazione di istituti creditizi con attivi che raggiungono l'ammontare di alcune migliaia di miliardi di euro e dunque superano il PIL di alcuni Stati UE, come nel caso di BNP Paribas, il cui attivo è di circa 2.700 miliardi di euro, vale a dire un ammontare pari al PIL della Francia nel 2023. C'è da chiedersi, in presenza di tale realtà, se le decisioni di vigilanza della BCE non siano influenzati anche da interessi di natura politica. A livello sistematico si individua pertanto una discrasia tra la tendenza ad un'attenuazione dello spirito europeistico e le linee operative dei vertici tecnocratici dell'UE, la cui azione procede incurante delle criticità arrecate al tessuto industriale dei Paesi membri. Ciò è particolarmente evidente in Italia, ove la presenza di numerose PMI dovrebbe indurre a far riferimento in via prioritaria a banche di prossimità. Invece, come dimostra l'OPS in corso tra Unicredit e la Popolare di Milano, la quale prevedibilmente incontrerà il consenso della BCE, si procede in senso contrario a quelli che forse sono gli effettivi interessi del nostro Paese. Ciò nonostante che fin dai primi anni 2000, in un periodo di ottimismo generalizzato sui benefici attesi dai consolidamenti bancari e dalla prospettiva della grande dimensione, il futuro governatore della Banca d'Italia, Fabio Panetta, avendo studiato quantitativamente gli effetti delle fusioni bancarie, valutò in chiave critica i relativi vantaggi, evidenziando in una sua indagine un quadro di luci e di ombre che tendeva a differenziarsi dalla visione euforica prevalente. A conclusione di queste mie considerazioni, non posso omettere di far presente che studi recenti sul modello finanziario della stabilità, nel far presente che questa è legata alla capacità di pagare il debito futuro, si soffermano sull'influenza esercitata dalle previsioni sulla dinamica della popolazione, nonché sulla futura incidenza delle spese legate all'invecchiamento e all'inattività di quote crescenti della popolazione. Può così accadere che paesi virtuosi rispetto all'attuale rapporto tra debito e PIL risultino meno virtuosi rispetto alla futura capacità di ripagarlo, in ragione del fatto che l'erario potrà contare su quote sempre più basse di popolazione attiva. Ovviamente ciò induce a riflettere sul futuro dell'Unione Europea, sul quale si addensano incognite ed incertezze maggiori di quelle prima evidenziate, per cui mi auguro che interventi di chiarificazione e di speranza possano venire da incontri di studi come quello odierno.
Grazie professore.
Tengo.
Prego. Sì, con questo discorso chiudiamo la parte introduttiva e con queste parole di speranza, the hope that was in the speech of Professor Capriglione was very linked to a European dream that probably we are no long able to dream again. Indeed, actually we deal with Europe, and I was talking with Professor Troiano last week about this, considering several pieces of regulation dealing with very specific problem arising, that even because we were looking for a new wave of regulation that would be able to study and to focus on. And we didn't found a new banking act as we wish, or a capital markets regulation, a sort of European code for the market of capital. Neither something that looks like a new MiFID, what was MiFID in the early 2000 for the capital market. Neither the industry of asset management has now a dedicated regulation. Let's not speak about insurance, which is not in the title, because basic is grounded on Solvency II, which is quite old right now. So we don't find in the European regulation a dream of a common approach made by industries, made by firms and products. We have a very clever exercise, Vincenzo, we were talking about this, of several specific regulations aimed at increasing the efficiency, the effectiveness of the current market. And this is why, and we are fast, so I will take a few minutes, we had several topics in this conference, starting from the retail investment strategies, going to the approach to this G, risk as emerging topic in the context of financial regulation, I'm talking about you, Trude. And then this morning we will go to talk about DORA, so the DG Operational Resilience Act, both from a national perspective made by a notary, who is Professor Marco Sepe is also a notary. He is the notary who has dealt with the bylaws of our association. And Alberto Hermida, who will connect from Spain. Let me say that I don't know if this awake from a dream, questa sveglia dal sogno europeo, is something good or bad. Actually, something very different from what we need right now. We are in a geopolitical situation which is very, let's say, changing, in a changing status. I don't want to say that it's hard, because people who were born 100 years before me have seen a hard geopolitical situation, but is changing on with a new US president, new approach to the territory by the Russian Federation, at least, and a new instances from the very far east, so from the China. We have three issues that will jeopardize our rights. And according to my approach to the studies, and I think to our common approach, rights and freedom comes before the rules. And in this respect, my call to my colleagues was to look to the new little piece of regulation by considering the European goal of peace and wellness. Even because despite the European dream, in the European treaties, we have actually the two goals of peace and wellness among people. However, I I just seen Professor Sigla, who will, I say hello, because he will hold a very huge conference on Wednesday at University Sapienza on the way of studying economic law, which I will attend as a student, and I will take notes, as sometimes still happen, and that's let's say a commercial time for the Wednesday conference. Let me call Professor Raffaele Lehner and Professoressa Paola Lucantoni and Trude to sit with me for the next panel. While they come, I can say in Italian, non mi fa leva l'amicizia nel dire quanto siete bravi. I know. Sì, sì. Yes, both the presentation, Francesco will take care about both the presentation, while Professor Raffaele was not any presentation, will speak. So, let me introduce Professor Raffaele Lehner, who is a leading guide for me, because now is the decano of the professor of the economic law, which means that it's more than 30 years that he guides us from his current role of full professor here in Rome, and has been the one who promoted, who gave me the first authorization to be an associate professor, as I was remembering yesterday. So I'm very happy to have here both Raffaele and Paola, who doesn't know, but she was the head of the tutor when I started this career.
I remember you as a student.
Yes, I remember you as a very clever teacher. Clever is the traduction of severa. And but it was during that exam, it was a very unique link in the history of economic law, because may I say some personal data about you. Paola was pregnant, and the child who was born from that pregnancy has been graduated with me. So life goes on, and it's fun. So let's come back to the retail investment strategies, directive and regulation, because this piece of law is will be responsible on the direction of the flow of capital in the next years, as you would say. So I think that this is the starting point. So let's follow the money. Thank you, Raffaele.
Okay. Well, thank you, Valerio. Thank you to the University Unimarconi for organizing this very interesting conference, and to Valerio in particular for the ideas that support all the organization in our presentation. I will be quite quick. This subject is something on which Paolo Lucantoni and myself we are working since quite a lot. So our speeches, in fact, are just one. I will make just some introductory remarks and leave to Paola the stage. Then I know that Vincenzo Troiano will present a paper later in the afternoon on the same subject. So my brief presentation is intended as a short presentation also of what Vincenzo will say later. In my opinion, is and so I'm always happy to talk about this subject in an academy like today. It's very relevant, the role that the academy can play in the context of the so-called EU retail investment strategy, because this strategy is indeed deeply intertwined with the concept of education, addressing the vital issue of protecting retail investors who must be financial literate, but at the same time must be safeguarded against the risk that financial innovations, often driven by technology, may present. This retail investment strategy, or RIS, RIS, is situated within the broader framework of the Capital Markets Union 2020 Action Plan, as we know. In particular, Action 8, called Building Retail Investors' Trust in Capital Markets, which is a very broad and, if you want, generical statement that in some way is also the basis of the Italian law decree on capital markets, on which we are still working. Many of us are still working for potential amendments to our consolidated law on financial markets, the so-called Testo Unico della Finanza. I can say that the decline of the classical and neoclassical paradigm on the rational and perfectly informed investor, or rational because informed, was foreshadowed by the cognitive sciences and behavioral economics as early as the 1950s, and was starkly confirmed by the irrational, not rational, behavior of investors during the recent 2008 financial crisis. An interesting example of just some years ago, the 2021 GameStop Corporation incident, in fact, further demonstrated the potent influence of irrationality, particularly when combined with the collective actions of the retail investors, revealing, in fact, the significant impact that such behavior can have on financial markets. I suggest you to have a look of a paper presented in Italy by D'Alessandro, Caso GameStop, tempesta perfetta mette in crisi lo statuto della manipolazione del mercato, on diritto penale e processo, number 9 of 2021. The incident highlighted a troubling trend where financial activity was reduced to a mere game, a phenomenon aptly described as the gamification of finance. This trend has been facilitated by the accessibility, certainly facilitated by the easy accessibility of online trading platforms and the proliferation of information, but pay attention, often unreliable, disseminated through social networks by both inexperienced users but also public figures, as was evident in this GameStop case. And the risk associated with this powerful irrational behavior are manifest. On the point, it's just to see a paper from ESMA, episodes of very high volatility in trading of certain stocks of February 2021 and the following statements of national authorities, such in Italy Consob, dichiarazione sui casi di anomala volatilità nella negoziazione di azioni e nell'utilizzo di social forum e piattaforme di trading online of April 2021, but also the paper GameStop Mania, look back over a market phenomenon of IMF or AMF, or a paper of FCA statement on recent share trading issues. Finally, also a paper of BaFin warnt Privatanleger vor Aufrufen zu Aktienkäufen in sozialen Medien of February 2021. Study which highlighted this peculiar situation where is evident the risk that comes from these powerful irrational behaviors of investors. The rise of so-called financial gurus on the internet, called also now, as you know, fin influencers, is a growing phenomenon. Again, it's interesting, a study of ESMA, social media sentiment, influence on the EU equity prices of April of last year. Without delving too deeply into topics that, as I was saying, will be explored later in further detail by Paola first and in the afternoon by Vincenzo Troiano, it is worth noting that the European Parliament's approved version of the retail investment strategy devotes 2 recitals to fin influencer, recital 31A and 31.2. These recitals, it's not for me? Okay, but I will be very brief. These recitals recognize that fin influencers can play also a positive role in promoting financial education, while simultaneously acknowledging the significant risk they pose, particularly to vulnerable individuals such as young people and in general financial uneducated or not sufficiently educated. For this reason, the retail investment strategy proposes that the inclusion of fin influencers in marketing communication by financial intermediaries will be accompanied by additional obligations for investment firms, insurance company, and insurance intermediaries as well. These provisions reflect a broader regulatory approach embraced by the European Union aimed at implementing mechanisms for the external regulation of savers' investment choices. This approach borders on paternalism, what you recall a paper that we presented together with Paola Lucantoni, which is published in Banca Borsa e Titoli di Credito of 2012 on the regole di condotta nella negoziazione degli strumenti finanziari complessi, where we examined a lot, with some criticism honestly, this paternalist approach, but in fact it's approach that underpins not only the European Commission's retail investment strategy regulatory package defined on May of 2023, but also the parallel proposal for a regulation on open finance, so-called FIDA, of June 23 of 2023. The latter seeks to ensure data standardization and portability in the financial sector while granting consumers greater control over their own data. The EU Retail Investment Strategy aims to amend the MiFID II directive that was just mentioned by Valerio, with a focus of enhancing the duties of intermediaries to protect investors. And this includes, I would say, calibrating conduct rules according to the type of investment service provided. and introducing the obligation for intermediaries to assess the appropriateness of investment decision in relation to clients' needs. It also includes product governance rules, requiring intermediaries to market products targeted at specific market segments, ensuring that these products are offered or recommended only when they really serve and can be proved that they serve the client's best interest. Additionally, proposed amendments to the regulation of 2014, it's called MIFIR, will grant national and European supervisory authorities enhanced product intervention powers. Transparency will also be improved through enhanced investor information, particularly with respect to prospectus models under the prospectus regulation, the so-called KID, Key Investor Information Document, in the UCITS 4 directive for asset management products, and also the KID, Key Investor Document, in the PRIIPs regulation. PRIIPs in this case, as we know, means packaged retail and insurance-based investment products. So it means marketing of complex products. These proposed amendments will reinforce the existing legislative framework through a sort of omnibus directive as proposed by the European Commission on May 24 of 2023. This cross-sectoral proposal is interesting to me. It's very interesting because it aims to amend several directives, including the already mentioned MiFID II, the IDD on insurance distribution, UCITS 5, AFM, and Solvency II as well as the PRIIPs regulation that I just mentioned, in line with the principle of an economy that works for people. Again, a very general statement, which is one of the 6 European Commission's priorities for the 5 years just ended last December. This concept emphasized citizens' active participation in the economy, particularly through capital markets, as a fundamental component of democracy, capitalism, and overall well-being. The United Nations refers to this concept as financial health, while the EU more specifically maybe without flying so high, calls pension adequacy. It is increasingly clear that merely saving, so by setting aside a portion of income for retirement and other potential long-term needs, is not sufficient for European citizens. Instead, these savings must yield substantial and positive net real returns over the long term. I'm going to finish. Unfortunately, currently, this is not the case. According to estimates by Better Finance, a study of May 2022, European savers are set to lose hundreds of billions of euros in purchasing powers in 2022 alone. According to the estimates by Better Finance, Eurozone savers lost approximately 1 billion euro in net real value, i.e. purchasing power, by 2022 due to the rapid inflation. This erosion of financial health is contributing to the impoverishment of the middle classes. About the impoverishment of middle classes, see Eurofund Developments in Income Inequality and the Middle Class in the EU, publication made in Luxembourg in 2024. Moreover, capital markets should not be the exclusive domain of professional investors who often manage other people's money. However, the volume of retail investment in Europe remains low. An international comparison revealed that European households tend to prefer short-term saving products and low-risk investments over potentially more profitable financial instruments or financial products, if you want to use this expression. The gap is particularly pronounced in comparison to other economies such as the US, but even the Australia. According to Eurostat data, around 70%, only 17% of EU households' assets were held in financial securities in 2021. And this 17 must be compared to about 43% for US shareholders, using Eurostat sectoral national data. Statistically speaking, the Capital Markets Union project has yet to achieve the intended success. We are not so near. This proposal, the retail investment strategy in the mind of EU legislators, has, or at least should have, the potential of reversing this trend. The legislative process is currently on hold, as we know, pending the commencement of the so-called trilogue negotiation, as both the European Parliament last April and the Council last June have reached internal consensus on the subject. The proposed new framework is intended to help achieve the three objectives outlined by Commissioner McGuinness in a communication to the European Parliament. A Capital Markets Union for People and Business New Action Plan. Namely, these three objectives which I will use to finish my short introduction are three. Namely, first, enabling investors to make informed decisions. Two, ensuring adequate protection for investors. And finally, three, enhancing confidence in financial services providers and promoting broad market participation. In the next year, we will see whether and to what extent it was possible to meet these goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Raffaele. So, reflection goes faster because this is a completely new relation from what we expected, me and Paola. So I don't comment, but I let the chair to Paola. Please, I'll give you the microphone too.
Thank you. So I want to thank my friend Valerio Lemma, but allow me also to thank Professor Francesco Capriglioni, because actually academia is like a family. So, I mean, he was so generous in enriching lots of colleagues, and I feel like I'm not strictly a member of the family, but I feel like being part of the family. So I thank you so much for his generosity for all of us. So my slide should be, okay. No, it's not mine. These are hers, actually. Can I do something, or?
I think someone is doing.
I saw mine at a certain point, but mine are greenish. Paola Lucantoni, the last one. Io non posso fare niente, credo, vero? Sì, sì.
La vediamo.
Paola Lucantoni. Ah, ok. Ok. Here they are. Okay, so I'm gonna talk about product governance and investor protection. So basically, as Professor Lenner just introduced, the retail investment strategy is a very broad approach in reforming the financial market. And actually, I also the privilege to sit with Mirella Pellegrini, Professor Mirella Pellegrini, in the committee the Minister of Finance have organized to change the Italian Consolidated Act on Finance. And investor protection is really a pivotal topic that we must focus on. And so basically what I would like to do is zoom in through the product governance in the really world of investor protection. And so this is my agenda. First of all, I want to go a little bit back to the big distinction between persone res and acciones and see then with an axiological perspective, what are we doing, when are we doing this? And then I want to have a look at the reforms on MiFID and the reforms with the trialogue on about retail investment strategy. Allow me to give a broader approach to my contribution to this panel, because I think it's also being located in Rome. I think we cannot just follow the overload of regulation. We want to have a broader approach on financial market law. So if, as Heidegger posits, every true thinker ultimately is guided by a single fundamental thought, then it may be said that in homage to our Roman legal tradition, all normative systems can be traced back to the fundamental structure articulated by Gaius between persone res and actiones. So this division, which has profoundly shaped the legal systems for centuries, remains the cornerstone for understanding the organization of rights and obligations across various legal systems, both ancient and modern. So let me allow just a quick translation. So, ho voluto tornare indietro alle tradizioni, pensando appunto che invece di rincorrere, no, l'alluvione normativa, nel 1992, quando facevo il dottorato, il professor Minervini parlava di alluvione normativa nei mercati finanziari. Pensiamo anni e anni dopo, in realtà qui siamo proprio ad uno tsunami. Quindi tornando indietro, proprio siccome come dice Heidegger, ognuno ha un solo pensiero, anche noi forse giuristi abbiamo un solo pensiero, tornando indietro alla tradizione romanistica, pensiamo di dividere questo sistema enorme di normativa in persone, soggetti e azioni. E quindi, quoting Natalino Irti, also the financial market law can be shaped by the persone res actiones that are actually peculiar for this system. E quindi Natalino Irti ha trasposto tutta questa distinzione gaiana proprio nel mercato finanziario, dicendoci che in fondo ciò che caratterizza il mercato sono soggetti tipici o prodotti tipici e azioni tipiche. So, within this in mind, I want to have a look at the structure of the retail investment strategies and the product governance in particular and see what's going on. So, what and when? What are we going to do? We have, as you all know, the trialogue between the European Commission, the Parliament, and the European Council. So we have different levels of dialogue and to zoom in and shape this new regulation. But I think, again, going back to life is too short to keep up only with the regulation. So we don't want to spend only just following this single different provision. This time, quoting Tullio Ascarelli, who is actually, as all the Italian colleagues know, is a prominent Italian legal scholar, known for his contribution to commercial law and the theory of the legal system, it is necessary to create a connective bridge, as Ascarelli memory suggests, between the legal rules and the typological aspects of reality from an axiological perspective. Quindi noi dobbiamo cercare di creare quel ponte connettivo tra norme, singole norme, in realtà e quella che è la realtà tipologica. So, having this in mind, as Martin Buber, I like always to quote him, is an Austrian philosopher, says, the essence of life's value is found in relationship. Come vediamo anche noi qua, noi siamo tutti legati da relazioni. Quindi anche nei mercati finanziari l'essenza è nelle relazioni. So, this idea reasoned with the legacy of Niccolò Lipari, the esteemed Italian jurist who actually passed away in the early 70s, demonstrating how passion for life and studies sustains vitality. It must be emphasized the centrality of human relationship in law, advocating for a legal system that prioritizes fairness. Quindi siccome il centro appunto della vita sono le relazioni, anche nei mercati finanziari bisogna capire che tutto il sistema normativo enorme che stiamo costruendo a vari livelli, primario, secondario, italiano, europeo e internazionale, deve avere come obiettivo principale, sotto una prospettiva, quello di prendersi cura delle relazioni finanziarie. Within this perspective, the issue of product governance lends itself particularly well to a systematic analysis grounded in the value of relationship, as it allows us to transcend the narrow scrutiny of individual regulation and instead focus on the broader framework within which these rules operate. It is precisely this framework that can be viewed as somewhat paternalistic, as Professor Lennon mentioned, that necessitates the adoption of governance mechanism. In fact, product governance is structured in a proactively anticipate and mitigate potential risk of non-compliance with investor protection norms, signaling a systematic failure when existing safeguards prove inadequate. Quindi, appunto, il tema è che la prospettiva della product governance è creare, sebbene con un approccio paternalistico, un modo per anticipare le scelte dell'investitore, soprattutto il retail investor, che non è forse in grado di assumere una decisione consapevole. Allow me to spend some minutes on a concept that I actually spent year and year studying when I was at the London School of Economics and also for my latest book on prospectus. So, the distinction between metacognition and heteroregulation. So, as also mentioned by Professor Lenne, classical theories of the rational decision maker rest on the principle that each action is aimed at processing available information to make an optimal choice for the individual and through market mechanism for the community. However, behavioral economics and the 2008 financial crisis have called this model into question, revealing the limits of rationality and the influence of cognitive biases such as herd behavior, overconfidence, and loss aversion. Cognitive science demonstrates that decision-making often relies on reasoning heuristics, mental shortcuts that diverge from formal logic. So, with the special metacognition, that can be also considered the awareness of one's own cognitive process, this plays a crucial role in investment decision-making. Investors are not entirely rational, but instead engage in meta-representation, a subjective and inherently non-rational reinterpretation of information produced by the human mind. Salute. This shift from strict rationality to metacognition does not undermine transparency, but rather calls for new regulatory framework that consider the cognitive limitation of investors. As a result, the regulatory landscape must incorporate mechanisms of heteroregulation such as suitability rules, the product intervention rule, and the product governance rule. This framework shifts the intervention decision-making process from the investor to external actors, heteros in Latin means other, to highlight how the investor decision is regulated by external entities, ensuring that investors are safeguarded by managing the risks inherent of their choices and compensating for the limitation of individual decision making. Quindi questa contrapposizione che io ho amato molto nel mio libro, sia la metacognizione come appunto il suffisso, il prefisso meta antepone, quindi conoscere ma andare al di là della conoscenza. Qui abbiamo anche degli esperti della mente, secondo me, in seconda fila, e quindi ognuno di noi dopo questa conferenza rappresenterà il contenuto in maniera soggettiva. Così l'investitore, quando conosce, anche se ha delle competenze finanziarie, quando le rappresenta per assumere una decisione, è soggetto a dei bias cognitivi, a dei pregiudizi cognitivi. Per cui, diciamo, in tutto il filone della regolamentazione si basa su due pilastri. Uno, quello di aiutare la metacognizione, ossia spingere tramite la trasparenza l'investitore a assumere una sua decisione consapevole, perché è chiaro che anche l'investitore retail, però ha bisogno di aver consapevolezza che è un mercato altamente rischioso, quindi è chiaro, con un minimo di consapevolezza, anche con l'educazione finanziaria che è molto bassa, diciamo, in Italia, però ciascuno deve sapere che tra acquistare appunto sottoscrivere un'azione oppure depositare il denaro in banca sono prospettive completamente diverse, quindi dobbiamo arrivare a un livello di metacognizione. Però tutto il sistema sempre più crescente dopo la crisi del 2008 è quello di agevolare la eteroregolamentazione. Cosa vuol dire appunto etero? Altro, qualcuno che spinge in realtà la decisione, come la mamma che dice al figlio mangia questo anche se non ti piace. E questo in realtà la product governance insieme con l'adeguatezza o anche la product intervention sono strumenti che, ancorché paternalistici, perché di fatto imponiamo, noi evitiamo che l'investitore al dettaglio possa sbagliare, quindi alcuni prodotti non possono essere acquistati con la regola dell'adeguatezza, e lo vedo anche nel mio ruolo, ad esempio al Monte dei Paschi di Siena, il cliente è blindatissimo, quindi non può assumere decisioni che sono contrarie al suo profilo di rischio. Quindi in questa doppia visione del sistema delle regole finanziarie si inserisce qui la product governance. The discipline of product governance fits well within this ethical regulation, and then if we have a look at the possible new structure of Article 24 of MiFID II, it says that investment firms with manufacture financial instruments for the sale to clients shall ensure that those financial instruments are designed to meet the needs of an identified target market of end clients within the relevant category of clients. So basically the intermediary is shaping the product, especially if it's a complex product, in order to identify the target market. So which are the kind of investor that should buy this? And this is really interesting because this is mandatory. Once you fix the target, none of the investors out of this target could buy this kind of instruments. So basically, this is how it is organized. So we have, first of all, so it is engage all the internal governance of an intermediary. So all the senior management, all the chief risk officer, chief compliance officer should be involved in designing this kind of product governance mechanisms by outlining the process and also identifying the target market. But this is not only at the manufacturing side, but also at the distribution side, because sometimes some products are manufactured by an intermediary and then distributed by another intermediary. This obligation falls on the two of them, and that also is so important to review and monitor, because whenever we are producing financial instruments, it's very difficult to forecast how it's going to be actually the interest on this kind of, also the way people would understand this. So it's very important, the monitoring and the reviewing mechanism. So basically, retail investment strategies, I was mentioned by Professor Renne, is a very ambitious piece of regulation at the European level. It doesn't only involve product governance, but everything is very well interconnected. It also talks about fine influencing, as a professor was saying, sustainability, the value for money that Professor Troiano later on will introduce, and then also financial education, because again, thinking about this, but if we are also seeing we are more or less the one before the last at the European level for financial education, it's a failure. We keep producing regulation, but then no one is really capable of understanding. So and everything is a little bit slow, the process, because of this huge aim that wants to achieve the retail investment strategy. But we are in the jubileum, and the hope is actually the star of the jubileum. So we hope also this one, by the end of the year, we're going to have a definite piece of regulation. So I'm not going to all the details, but between the three different texts proposed by the European Commission, the European Parliament, the European Council, there are slightly differences. And so we hope that the trialogue will achieve a solution, then we'll have a unique text. And basically, the point is that there are, Vincenzo Troiano will go deeper on this afternoon, but basically the point is how to identify all the costs and the elements in whenever providing the target market, and also to create some benchmarks and comparative tools, and also how also to calculate the deviation mechanism, the situation where actually the situation is now well achieved. And then the point is, let's create this peer group, so comparing products between the same classes, and also difference between the European Parliament and then the European Council is whether make it public or make it only private to use for supervisory aims. And so this leads to some also role that could have ESMA, who is actually, as you all know, the supervisory authority at the European level, in actually dealing with, managing with these benchmark and peer groups. So, Loci Dolens, you know now that I like Latin, so there are some problems in all of this. First of all, the overload of regulation. So, I mean, actually, Professor Len and I would start thinking about a huge project of researchers saying, okay, the same person is a bank depositor, or maybe is an investor, or has got an insurance on his activity. So the same Paola goes under the banking regulation, under the financial market regulation, and the insurance company regulation. It is tough also for professors to deal with all of this. So, I mean, in a way, we should try to simplify or to see. Not only this, but then we have 27 different regimes. I'm in a table with some colleagues, and we have just proposed to the European Commission a way to harmonize the prospectus liability, because whenever we go to prospectus, we have totally, absolutely standardized regulation, so it's binding for the 27 of us. When we go in front of the course, we have 27 different regime, civil liability regime. So we are proposing a way to harmonize. Otherwise, if you issue a prospectus and you have investors buying the same shares in Italy or in the Netherlands or in Spain, then if something goes wrong because there are misleading information, you have different way to be protected. So this is really one of the areas of concern of Loci and Loci Dolens. And then last but not least, we have lots of, I mean, the second level regulation, so the ESAs, ESMA, EBA, have got lots of power now. So also this is something that we don't only have primary regulation, but secondary level regulation. Is it, I mean, I understand it's quicker when you have secondary level, like we have with Council Bank of Italy to amend it, but I mean, maybe it's growing too much the power of this ESA. So we must question whether this is something we should a little bit sit down and try to see what's going on. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Paola. Let me take just a couple of minutes. As you are aware, I've already held a relation about this on a conference you organized in September, and as you are usually, I was at the last of your table that time too. However, at that time I didn't realize, maybe it was the emotion, maybe it was our studies at an early stage, that we are dealing in a change in product governance according to your interpretation. And I'm thinking that now we are dealing with a behavioral governance of producers and investors, cioè ci stiamo spostando dalla product governance e dall'attenzione sul prodotto, quindi qualcosa di un tentativo di oggettivizzazione, a un governo dei comportamenti e quindi una umanizzazione di queste regole di condotta degli intermediari e dei consumatori. Sì. E questo è quello che mi ha fatto pensare l'attenzione di Paola all'umanesimo, e che poi crea anche un ponte. It's a bridge to your intervention, because now we have a second section before Professor Troiano this afternoon will recall this on the ESG. Because Trude and Mirella will deal with climate and nature-related risk first, and with ESG risk in banks later in the afternoon. So the second main pillar of this conference is related to the environmental, let's say, risks in terms of a new regulatory analysis of this main topic of the economic law since several years. So I let you the stage, and I would like to thank you again for traveling to Italy, and for I'm sorry the weather is not warm as we expected, but not all of this is under our control.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. So you can use your microphone and...
Actually, yes.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you for having us, and I can assure you that we are very happy with the weather, as the weather in Norway is terrible. We are very happy to take part in this exchange, which is from the Norwegian side, of course, facilitated by Professor Andenes, who is with us here digitally. And also, I could tell you that both Mirella, sitting here, and myself, as with Professor Andenes, we have a background as civil servants in the Norwegian Ministry of Finance. So we have worked a lot with this financial market regulation in practice. So today I want to speak to you about climate and nature-related risks as emerging topics in the context of financial regulation. And today, unfortunately, that seems too timely, almost, as the forest fires in LA already has run up in a cost of 1,700 billion Norwegian kroner, and you can multiply that by, or divide that by, approximately 12, as that is the ratio of the Norwegian kroner to the euro, which of course is a massive risk, first and foremost for the insurance companies, but that might transplant to other parts of the financial system as a part of a systemic risk development. So this is very dramatic. So my background for today's talk is I'm a financial market lawyer. And I've also started to work a lot on sustainable finance, amongst others through my employment in the Ministry of Finance, where I worked with the strategies for the massive Norwegian sovereign wealth fund, the oil fund. And in Norway, we've had two government-appointed committees, one on climate risk and one on nature-related risk, to see how that might impact on the Norwegian economy, both the public economy, but also on our private actors in both the financial markets and in the production industry. I have written a paper which is displayed at below at the slide, but I will not present that paper today because I would like to make a look backwards, because in my opinion you can't really understand the future without first looking backwards and see what are the origins of what we are talking about. And so I would like to also thank Professor Capriglione for his very timely intervention, where he elegantly tied together the mainstream financial regulation agenda with now these new sustainability issues and showcasing the complexities of getting all this right. So, as many of you may know, there are new regulatory frameworks coming from non-governmental bodies, the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, and similarly the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures. These frameworks do a lot to try to categorize risk following from climate risk and nature-related risks, and putting that into a financial framework. And it's much about identifying and reporting on those risks. And where does that come from? Because much of this comes into legislation through financial market regulation, which for financial market lawyers may be a bit surprising because sustainability has not been a big topic in sustainability, in financial regulation before. However, people who have been discussing sustainable finance, they will know that much of this has the original body of thought originated from voluntary frameworks and voluntary initiatives carried on by very large institutional investors with a very long time horizon. And they started to worry about risks which they might not know because those risks might not be properly accounted for in the existing private and public frameworks for investments. So what they did was to start working on these issues themselves, both from an ethical point of view, but also a risk-sensitive point of view. How will changes in, both the facts on sustainability, the ESG, the environmental, social, and governance issues, but also people's perception of how do we handle these risks. That started to become a quite large agenda during the 60s and 70s, moving into the 80s. And in the early 2000s, the UN asked a group of these investors to go together and try to form some principles, which they did. And the Norwegian Fund was one of those original investors. However, this became quite popular. So the PRI, the Principles for Responsible Investment, that was originated under the UN canopy, they experienced a lot of greenwashing because everyone wanted to crowd into this new facility because it gave them kind of a stronger marketing argument that they were not only profitable, they were also green. So this became a problem. So the UNPRI, they started to ask for reporting on ESG disclosure. After a while, the EU had, for their own reasons, they saw the need for strengthening this EU sustainable or the sustainable finance strategy for several reasons, because they needed to engage more private capital for the green transition. And to do so, they tapped into the already existing frameworks on financial regulation. So they wanted to foster transparency and long-termism to create this sustainable finance agenda. And also they saw the need to manage financial risks from climate change, resource depletion, and environmental degradation, as you will see at the bottom of the slide there. So this resulted in quite a lot of new proposals for regulation, which was implemented, among others, the taxonomy, which I'm sure you have heard of, and also several reporting frameworks that are quite different from many of the other reporting frameworks you already have in financial markets. So they relate to both the retail marketers and also for the corporates, when they report to the market. And this was also picked up by supervisors who made their own group, the Network for the Greening of the Financial System. So this has become quite a big agenda within the financial regulatory area already. And as we see on this slide, we can see how much the regulatory volume has grown the past years due to this establishment of new policy intervention, mostly within the financial area of financial regulation, and much of this is about reporting and disclosure. So, taking one step back, thinking about climate-related risk and nature-related risk, this was something that came to the forefront in the British Stern Review in 2006, who, for many people, surprisingly found that there probably was a lot of underestimated costs brought on by climate change in the economy as such. And Lord Stern, he even coined this the world's largest market failure. So this became also an important focus in the voluntary responsible investment agenda. So climate started to become very important for these big investors. And after a while, policymakers and especially central bankers started to pick up on this. So Christine Lagarde in 2013, then in the IMF, she started to raise the question about the relationship between climate-related risks and financial stability, which was a huge step for central bankers, I would say. And so she said that if we don't manage this problem in the medium and long term, financial stability is clearly at stake, and that's quite a dramatic. At that point in time, that was not very vocal before she said it. And then we have this watershed moment in 2015 when the then governor of the British Central Bank, Mark Carney, he had a speech called The Tragedy of Horizons, where he also says that because climate risk will materialize outside the time horizon of both both the governments, the investors, and also the central banks, this might suddenly emerge as a big factual problem, and then it might be too late to try to do something about it. And so that seeped into the Financial Stability Board, where he was also the chief at the time, and they decided to establish the TCFD, which we have already touched upon, which is this framework for reporting. After that, concerns about the risks emanating from nature-related loss followed suit. And so after a while, we had both, this IPBES, who also discerned that there were risks coming from nature loss and loss of biodiversity. And that further on led to the TNFD, which is the nature-related counterpart of the TCFD, looking at risks coming from nature loss and loss of biodiversity, also finding that that is a massive risk. So the question then arises from a legal point of view: why would we include climate and nature-related risk in financial regulation, where this is historically not a traditional focal point? So one is very functional. We need to recruit private capital to make all these large investments needed to finance the green transition. And also the financial markets give important channels for influence, both through the investment decisions and being the owner of shares. So you can actually exercise power over the companies and possibly ask them to better themselves in a climate and nature-related sense. And also it's important to coordinate with already existing reporting schemes. So the TCFD and the TNFD frameworks, their goal is to increase decision makers' level of information about risks and opportunities following from climate change and nature loss. And importantly, they do not focus most on the risks for nature or climate change per se. They take an actor's perspective. They ask people making decisions to analyze the risk and what that might have to say for their business model or their future earnings. So it's an actor-based type of reporting. And because of that, you should not only disclose the risks, but also the opportunities that arise from climate change and nature loss. And that sounds a bit strange that we do have opportunities. But of course, if you are a very carbon sensitive and mindful company, for instance, you might actually attract new shareholders because they like your business model and your sensitivity. So it might create new opportunities. And so the core of this, that the companies or the other entities that adhere to these frameworks, they should report on their governance, their strategy goals, the management of climate and nature-related risk to let the markets know and the investors know, or the governments know, what they are doing to tackle these risks. And I will be short about this because I was written about in the paper I initially put up. But the categorization is very important because it gives new tools to report. So those who report according to these frameworks, they should report on physical risk. That's the typical. You can be taken by an avalanche. There are disruptions in value chains, for instance. Transition risk, that is the risk emanating from changing frameworks or changing how do you change, how do you relate to changing patterns, for instance, in consumer preferences? How do you relate to perhaps stronger climate or nature-related legislation? And then you have the last point, the litigation or liability risk, which is that you may be made responsible for harm you have done to someone or something. So what is the implication for us as legal scholars and legal research? The first question we could look at is, what does the litigation risk really entail? That's a big, huge, canvas to cover on what kind of litigation could we see coming from these risks. For instance, in tort law, you have, at least in Norway, we have case-made law. So how do you interpret terms like negligent or reasonable? That may change over time, and as the risks become known, you might need to incorporate that, because the courts may see that, well, this wasn't like this in 1980, but it's like this now, so you need to take these new factual terms into account. And of course, you can also have in criminal law, you may be fined for something, or it may be in public law that public entities change their view of what is legal within a certain legal framework. So this is a very large and complicated question, really. How can we have a specific risk of litigation in a transitional time? And the second, I would say, is even more on a meta level. What is the correct choice of legal instruments? Because now much of this has seeped into financial regulation with much emphasis on reporting. But usually as lawyers, we would like to regulate something important at the core. That's why we have environmental law, or we have labor law. These things, if there is something which is dangerous or we don't like it, usually the first best would be to regulate it at the core. Here we try to regulate something through reporting to a set of decision makers who may have different views, different sensitivities, different incentive structures. So it might be a very circumventual way to regulate something. Although I think this is mostly for the better, one needs to ask if having these things in place, would that be something that, as an unintentional consequence, might delay actually other important legislations that should be put in place, because the burden of regulation gets too large, the burden of reporting, and the stakeholders might say, you have done a lot of regulation already, please don't make any more, perhaps in more apt legal areas. So here we can discuss that both on a lege lata basis, but also a lege ferenda. And I think there's like a huge and very fruitful area for future research in this agenda. So on that note, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Trude. You're exactly on time. Perfect. But I would like to take a couple of minutes because looking towards the ESG risk by taking your step and talking with Paola while you were speaking, we realized that we started with the disclosure framework which should involve a sort of piece of soft law by investors dealing with this new information. And actually we had the Net Zero Asset Manager Initiative, the one wanted by BlackRock at that time. But as you are aware, Saturday and in the last days, there were the default of such initiative because also BlackRock, who was the promoter, left this association soon after JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, and all the big ones. So my thought is that as your conclusion is, and Dr. Bernabé will talk tomorrow, now we need tort and liability rules, strict rules. Maybe it's a matter more of criminal law rather than soft law. So let me restate in Italian, but tutto ciò che riguardava l'ESG ci ha fatto capire, ha portato a una trasparenza informativa, quindi a tanta soft law, che ha anche sollecitato iniziative di soft law basate su queste informazioni, prima tra quali quella promossa da BlackRock per avere la parità del carbone entro pochi anni. Ma sabato scorso anche BlackRock ha fatto un passo indietro e quindi la sua conclusione con riguardo alla normativa penale ci fa capire che questa, se deve essere necessariamente una responsabilità degli Stati e magari presidiata da norme penali e non solo uno spirito di coscienza lasciato alla sensibilità degli investitori, come abbiamo tentato di fare.
Con Trump è quello che gli sta dietro che rischia di saltare tutto questo programma. O deve essere ridimensionato di sicuro o rinviato.
We're talking about
stiamo andando avanti invece con delle normative molto rigide.
the risk of the Trump new politics. So how would the Trump politics would affect these green risks?
Sì, ma allo stesso tempo, vedi, in Europa segui un canale un po' diverso che presenta pericoli diversi, cioè l'idea di questo governo delle imprese private, di nuovo da parte di autorità pubbliche nazionali o sovranazionali che ti impongono scelte basate su questi rischi climatici, comprimendo attraverso gli strep, eccetera. Tutto questo, secondo me, se salta il primo piano, salta pure il secondo, perché non è soft law qui sono...
Fatto quello che sta accadendo oggi in America, in California, ci dice che il rischio climatico esiste e dovrebbe essere contrastato, ma forse gli interessi privati impediranno che questo avvenga. Io penso questo.
Sul sistema bancario europeo però adesso è difficile fare però una marcia indietro.
Ma noi europei abbiamo fatto troppe regole e pochi fatti. This is the truth.
We have
Too
several
many
rules
regulations,
and very few actions.
other things.
However, I want to thank the panel and free you up because we're moving with Professor Sepe and Alberto Tapia to a matter of fact which is very linked to this, because we will talk about resilience even if from a digital perspective. Passiamo proprio alla capacità di resistere. Even because talking about the California fire, pensando all'incendio californiano, oltre al rischio, lì è mancata la capacità di resilienza. Le ville erano troppo alberate con una vegetazione inadatta al luogo e troppo vicina, mancavano gli spazi di contenimento. E so,
questo
it was a
fatto-
matter of risk management.
Questo fatto farà sì che Trump imputerà sul piano politico al governatore della California, che è un democratico, legge. Questo succederà. Noi stiamo andando incontro a un periodo oscuro. La speranza, il Papa,
So we are in between
il
Trump
Papa ci ha
and
detto di
Pope
avere
Francis.
speranza. Non basta la speranza. Non basta la speranza.
Raffaele, c'è un adagio romano che riassume l'esito della speranza, no? E quindi
Non lo
chi
conosco.
di speranza vive.
Di speranza muore.
Thank you very
È
much.
molto interessante comunque. Hai fatto un'ottima. Anche tu, Paola, brava.
Thank you. Thank you. So Marco. Le slide di Marco. Le slide di Marco. Aspetta. Abbiamo anche le tue slide secondo me. Chiamate Marco Sepe. E puoi cambiare con questo. So. Con questo qua a destra. So let me introduce my friend Professor Marco Sepe, who is from the Digital University of Sapienza in Rome, and he is the holder of the bylaws of the forthcoming association, because these bylaws are in his hands, and after his review we will ready for the sign off. Marco was with us in the first conference in Oslo, so he appreciated our common approach to the European question, and now start dealing with something that it's, I think, at the center of the regulation for the forthcoming years, because what it lacks nowadays in Europe, but I think all over the world, is the capability to resist to the new risk. And you dealt with the digital issues in the financial sector, so I leave you the stage. Thank you, Marco.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizer of the conference, in particular Professor Valerio Lemma, as well as greet all the friends and colleagues who have joined this second Italian-Norwegian conference on the impact of EU regulation on models of banking and finance. My speech is about DORA. What is DORA? The use of ECT has in the past decades gained a pivotal role in the provision of financial services, to the point where it has now acquired a critical importance in the operation of typical daily function of all financial entities. From a micro perspective, it is therefore essential for intermediaries to adequately manage ECT risk, which is increasingly crossing the boundaries of operational risk and becoming transversal to entire business activity, given the growing reliance on technology and the potential impacts that weakness in the management of ET resources can have on the reputation of intermediaries and their stability. From a macro perspective, nel 2020 report focused on systemic cyber risk, the European Systemic Risk Board reaffirmed that the current high level of interconnection between financial entities, financial markets, and financial market infrastructure, in particular the ever-growing interdependence of their respective ICT system, could constitute a potential systemic vulnerability. This is because locally excited cyber incident could quickly spread from any of the approximately 22,000 financial entities in the Union to the entire financial system without encountering any geographical boundaries. The purpose of DORA is therefore to provide a comprehensive regulatory framework aimed at safeguarding the financial service sector and its clients from incidents related to the use of ICT tools, improving the way financial institutions mitigate, document, and respond to potential threats and vulnerabilities. To this end, DORA introduced a monitoring regime and strict responsibilities for financial institutions and their essential ICT service providers, requiring the management of financial institutions to adopt appropriate risk management strategies, monitor the execution of these strategies, and keep up with the evolution of the ICT risk landscape. DORA aims to update and consolidate into a single regulatory text the requirements concerning cyber risk within the framework of operational risk requirements, which were previously treated separately and in an uncoordinated manner across various Union legal acts. What is the regulatory framework of DORA? Background is based on EU FinTech Action Plan del marzo 2018, Joint Technical Advice from the European Supervisory Authorities dell'aprile 2019, il Digital Finance Package di settembre 2020. Il DORA Package consiste in regolamento numero 2554 that is effective from January 2023 and is applicable from 17 gennaio 2025. The DORA regulation also foresees an extensive technical regulatory activity at the second level by the three ESA, with the preparation of regulatory technical standard implementing technical standard to be adopted by the Commission. The delegate acts already adopted are three. Regolamenti 1772, 1773 e 1774. The DORA package represents an horizontal regulation that applies to financial entities and their ICT service providers. It intersects with the horizontal EU cybersecurity regulatory framework applicable to all enterprises exceeding a certain size threshold, including three specific types of financial entities: credit institution, trading venues, central counterparties, originally set up by Direttiva 1148, now repealed and replaced by Direttiva 2555, titled Measure for High Common Level of Security of Networks and Information System in the Union. Therefore, the DORA regulation constitutes a lex speciali in relation to Direttiva 2555, whose application remains in force unless expressly excluded. Who DORA applies? DORA applies to 20 types of entities called collectivity referred as financial entities. There are some exclusions from the scope of application referred to manager of alternative investment sound below certain sign threshold and other financial entities. Based on the principle of proportionality, the following are also provided: exemption for a lighter regime for macro enterprises, exemption and a lighter regime regarding risk management, first pillar, customized rules for certain categories and customized rules for certain aspects. In order to achieve a common and adequate level of operation and digital resilience, DORA established a series of publications for entities within its scope, which cover 5 specific areas: ICT and cyber risk management, ICT and cyber incident management, incident reporting, digital operation resilience testing, ICT risk management related to third-party ICT service provider, information sharing. Additionally, DORA introduced rules for the establishment and implementation of a supervisory framework for financial entities regarding the use of ICT tools and for critical third-party ICT service providers when these provide service to financial entities, and on cooperation between authorities regarding the supervision of the use of ICT tools. First pillar, ICT and cyber risk management. As part of the overall risk management system, financial entities must establish a solid, comprehensive, and adequately documented framework for managing ICT risk, allowing them to address the risk quickly, efficiently, and comprehensively, ensuring a high level of digital operational resilience. The framework for managing ICT risk includes at least the strategies, policies, procedures, protocols, and tools necessary for protecting all information assets and ICT resources, including software, hardware, and server, and so on. The management of ICT risk involves six key actions: identification, protection and prevention, detection, response and recovery, learning and improving, and at least communication. The second pillar consists of obligations related to establishing and implementing a process to identify, record, monitor, and manage significant cyber threats and ICT incidents, classifying ICT incidents based on the criteria detailed in the regulation and further detailed by European supervisor authorities, reporting significant ICT-related incidents to the competent authorities, informing clients with undue delay as soon as they become aware of ICT incidents that may impact their financial interests, and provide information about the measure adopted to mitigate the adverse effect of the incident. The competent authority, after receiving the incident reports, acknowledge receipt and may, where feasible, promptly provide relevant and proportional feedback or high-level guidance to the financial entity, particularly by making available anonymized data and information on similar threats. Additionally, European authorities are expected to draft regulatory technical standards implementing technical standards to establish the content of reports, and prepare a joint report assessing the feasibility of further centralized incident reporting through the establishment of a single EU hub for reporting significant ICT-related incidents by financial entities. The third pillar of DORA involves the mandatory annual performance of advanced operational resilience tests for ICT systems supporting essential or critical functions carried out by independent parties, internal or external to the entities. This is divided into basic testing to be conducted by all financial entities in form of vulnerability assessment and scanning, open source analysis, network security evaluation, so on, and advanced testing to be conducted only by financial entities identified as significant by the competent authorities in the form of penetration testing at least every 3 years. The fourth pillar of DORA consists of provision relating to the relationship that financial entities establish with critical third-party ICT service provider, as well as the specific oversight regime introduced for them. In particular, this provision pertains to general principle regarding third-party provider, full responsibility of financial entities even in the case of outsourcing, proportionality, risk strategy for ECT risk arising from third parties, a registry of the information of all contractual agreements for ECT service provided by third parties, documentation and archiving of contracts related to ECT services provided by third parties, safeguarding principle pre-contract, supplier evaluation, quality standard, risk and conflict of interest assessment, compliance with the supervisory condition during the contract, assess checks, inspection, audits and updates, and post-contract rules regarding termination, resolution, service continuity. And contract formation and minimum content is the second kind of provision. In this context, there are description of all functions and services, service levels and any subcontracting, indication the location where data will be stored and processed, clauses related to accessibility, availability, integrity, security, and protection of data, full description of the service, notification period and reporting obligation of the third-party provider, obligation for the third-party provider to assist and cooperate fully with competent authorities, obligation for the third-party CT service provider to implement and test emergency operational plans and to establish measures, tools, and policy for ECT security, right to monitor a right of withdrawal and exit and migration strategy. The third kind of provision concern the establishment of an oversight framework for critical third-party CT provider that see Joint Committee of ESA as the main authority. The fifth pillar, at least of DORA, consists of voluntary information sharing mechanism and the analysis of the cyber threats aimed at enhancing the digital operational resilience of financial entities, particularly by increasing awareness of cyber threats containing or inhibiting the spread of such threats, supporting defense capabilities, threat detection techniques, mitigation policy, and response and recovery phase. These mechanisms are characterized by voluntary participation by financial entities, protection of the sensitive nature of shared information, notification participation to the competent authorities, and possible participation of the competent authorities, including through specifically created sharing platform. In view of the first application DORA, the Bank of Italy issued two communications, Ottobre 2024 e Dicembre 2024, in which specific areas of attention were highlighted. With the October 2024 communication, the Bank of Italy requested the supervised entities to assess their position regarding the requirements introduced by the DORA regulation, with particular reference to the following areas: strategies on third-party risk, renewal of supply contracts, and the transmission to the Authority of Information Register, adaptation of internal control policy, activities, and program for digital operation resilience testing, and carry out a self-assessment of their ECT risk management system to ensure that policies, procedures, protocols, and tools related to ECT risk are adequate to prevent or promptly detect breaches of data confidentiality and or provided service and mitigate the risk arising from ECT changes. With la comunicazione del dicembre 2024, Banca Italia drew attention to certain aspects providing guidance to ensure consistent application of the DORA regulation. These aspects are four and concern placement of the ECT risk control function. Responsibility for managing ECT risk must be assigned to a control function which must have an appropriate level of independence to avoid conflict of interest, in particular in line with the principle of proportionality and organizational neutrality. The communication stipulated that intermediaries are free to place the ICT control function wherever they deem fit, provided that the choice of the organizational placement of the ICT control function should not compromise the effective performance of all tasks assigned to it for managing and supervising ICT risk as outlined in the DORA framework, and the ICT control function cannot be assigned to the internal audit function. The second issue, notification to the competent authority of any contractual agreements for the use of ICT service supporting essential or important function. The communication stipulated that starting from 17 gennaio 2025 all contract about ICT service that has communicated to Banca d'Italia. Third issue, reporting on significant ICT incident and cybersecurity threats. And four, about advanced threat-led penetration test. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
For my bad English.
No, but your good timing, because we are on time, and so we can move to Madrid with Professor Tapia Hermida. So thank you for
Good morning.
joining us.
Buonasera o buongiorno. I don't know.
Buongiorno, muchas gracias. So he will focus on the 20 basic principles of the European DORA. So I will let him the stage in order to be on time. For the timing, we will have a very quick buffet or lunch time, so you can also be free to take a walk before starting again at 3 o'clock p.m. sharp. So, thank you, Professor Tapia Hermida, and I leave you the stage.
Innanzitutto vorrei ringraziare il professore Lemma, Seppe e Affinito per il loro gentile invito a partecipare in questa conferenza internazionale. Now I am to change the language. I promise be brief for two reasons. First, I try to my presentation be complementary of the magnificent presentation of Professor Marco Seppe. And second, because I am aware that I am the ultimate obstacle between you and the lunch. It's a very important question. I have no PowerPoint because I try to change, but you can enter in my blog, albertotapia.com, and WordPress. You can visit a lot of posts, mostly in Spanish. I regret that I managed the Spanish in my blog regarding DORA. DORA is an honor and pleasure to do a presentation regarding the basic principles of the Regulation 2022 of 14 December. DORA will have a broad and immediate impact in the financial markets. I say that DORA will have a broad impact because the obligations, the uniform obligations of DORA affect to the third main sectors of the financial market: credit institution, banking sector, securities institutions, market securities, and insurance market. And second, I say that the impact will be immediate because next Wednesday, 17, the DORA will be applicable. We will distribute the basic principles of DORA into 5 sections. First, purpose, second, operating principles, third, structure, fourth, functioning, and five, supervision. I go with the first section about the purpose. DORA establishes uniform requirements of the security of networks and information systems of financial entities in two areas. First area, internal law, that the uniform requirements that have to do the financial entities themselves. And second area, external area, because it's the relationships between the financial entities and the third provider services of ICTs and the competent authorities, including the European authorities. DORA completes the risk management system of the financial entities because it adds a new perspective, because until now the perspective of risk management of the financial entities is based exclusively on the factor of the capital, more or less. And now DORA a new perspective of digital risk and digital tools and ICTs factor of risk. I go with the second section, operating principles. DORA act with two operational systems. First, supplementary standard, because DORA will be applied without prejudice of the responsibility of member states regarding defense and national security. And second, because DORA will be applied without prejudice of the own specific rules that each kind of financial entity, banking, securities, and insurance, have their own rules. DORA is a supplementary and proportional supplementary standards. And the second operating principle is proportionality. Why? Because finance entities will apply its rules of DORA, taking into account their size and general risk profile, as well as the nature, scale, and complexity of their services, activities, and operations. I go to with the third section of my presentation, structure. The DORA's structure is integrated by two kinds of elements, subjective and objective elements. Subjective elements are, we can classify in four categories. First, banking market entities, like credit institutions. Second, securities market entities, like, for example, investment firms. Third, insurance markets, like insurance undertakings, reinsurance undertakings. And fourth, entities that operate across the three sectors, financial sector or financial market. For example, credit rating agencies that operate in a transversal way in three sectors of the financial market. And the objective elements of the structure of DORA, we can select three. First, risk, because DORA offers a set of definitions of relevant risks, for example, IT concentration risk, cyber threats. Second, incidents. DORA offer a wide range of specific incidents in the financial sector. Common incidents, incidents that affect the service of payments, and cyber attacks. And the final objective element of the structure of DORA is the digital operational resilience, understood as a defining property of the system designed by DORA as a whole. I'm going to the fourth section of my presentation, functioning. The functioning of digital operational resilience operates according to DORA in a three-phasic sequence that starts with the digital operational risk management, continues with the prevention of incidents, and ends with the solution of incidents. So I go into the first phase, management. The management of financial digital operation risks of the financial entities is based on the digital ICT related risk management framework that is necessary that this framework will be efficient managed by the management body of the financial entity that requires the following measures: the establishment of the ICT-related digital operational risk and management framework. Second, the governance and control of this framework by the management body of the financial entity. And third, the implementation of the digital operational resilience by the financial entity. The second phase, I said three phases. First, management of digital operational resilience. Second phase is prevention of digital operational incidents. The basic tool in this second phase is the tests programs. The tests programs, DORA establishes two kinds of requirements about these tests programs. First, objective requirements that differs the two kinds, normal and advanced tests, and subjective requirements for these programs, test programs, that is internal and external testers. Subjective, this is the persons that have to do this kind of test. And I got the third phase of the functioning of DORA is solution. I have managed, I have prevention, and now if the incident occurs, I have to give a solution for this incident in three steps. First, detection of incident. Second, classification of incidents and cyber attacks. And third, notification of incidents and cyber attacks to the competent authorities that can be of two kinds, mandatory or voluntary. At the final point of functioning of DORA, is very important that DORA have a very, very good conscious of the risk, exogenous risk derived from the third-party providers of ICT services. It's very important. This chapter is titled of DORA. I am going to the final, the fifth section of my presentation, that is supervision. Supervision is in two parts. First, supervision, and second, sanction. First, supervision. Supervision, DORA establishes two types of supervision. First, private supervision of financial entities themselves, or self-supervision. And second, public supervision by the competent authorities and European supervisory authorities. And second, the second phase of the final section of the supervision in a broad sense is sanction. Sanctioning have two tools. First, infringement, because the member states of the European Union must establish rules that provide of administrative sanctions and adequate corrective measures in case of infringement of the DORA, and will guarantee its effective application. And second, sanction, because member states of the European Union must grant the competent authorities the power to apply administrative sanction and corrective measures in case of infringement of the DORA, to guarantee that financial institutions continue to comply with legal requirements. For further information, as I said at the beginning, you can consult my blog, because I have a lot of posts regarding DORA, mostly in Spanish, but I can, with the new translate tools of the artificial intelligence, I'm sure that you can do a translation in 5 seconds and accede to the information of my blog. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Alberto Tapia, Hermida, and thank you for connecting us. I think that we should set forth a stage of our conference also in Madrid, because we received very useful insights, and let me take 10 minutes just to set and to ask if there is any question from the audience, as is a clever audience, very interesting. Yes, please.
Scusate. Ok. In italiano o in inglese? In italiano, ok. Allora, un tema interessante che sto studiando è all'interno del DORA, riprendendo un po' lo spunto finale di Antonella Sciabrone Brandi nel nostro convegno di novembre, è quello della esternalizzazione delle attività. Tutto il progetto DORA, che è uno tsunami dentro le banche, io lo sto vedendo dentro l'MPS, ha richiesto investimenti immensi, perché non solo bisogna fronteggiare i rischi, ma capire come immediatamente, per fare un esempio, ricostruire la villa, no, a Los Angeles. Quindi non solo il rischio, ma cosa fai immediatamente dopo, perché qui non si tratta solo di ville, ma si tratta di tutto il sistema bancario italiano. Se succede, non so, un terremoto dove c'è i dati della banca, tutti i correntisti sono bloccati per tanti giorni. Quindi occorre sapere come fronteggiare il rischio, ma se arriva lo tsunami, che fai? Hai un secondo server dislocato in un altro punto fuori dalla... il cloud, già. E quindi il tema poi è dell'esternalizzazione, ossia siccome tutte queste attività non possono essere fatte all'interno degli intermediari finanziari, ci sono alcuni big players e big provider che danno tutti i pacchetti, per esempio software per fare, non so, il credit scoring, oppure tutto sul post-trading dei derivati, la MiR regulation richiede tanti adempimenti con la Consob. Ora, che succede però se il provider esterno commette degli errori per cui il sistema non gira e la responsabilità rimane comunque nel consiglio di amministrazione dell'intermediario? Allora, nel DORA è previsto che in caso di esternalizzazione le autorità di vigilanza vigilano anche i soggetti a cui è esternalizzata l'attività. Quindi non c'è quella correlazione tra riserva di attività e vigilanza potenziale, perché anche soggetti come Microsoft, che certo non sono autorizzati dall'autorità di vigilanza, devono essere però vigilati dall'autorità di vigilanza. Quindi un nuovo sistema in cui si scinde la questione di attività autorizzate e supervisione, ed è legittimata l'autorità di vigilanza a supervisionare, a vigilare i soggetti che poi prestano i servizi informatici esternalizzati. È un blocco. No, infatti è un blocco totale. Io lo vedo, i processi nostri sono... Io ho il privilegio...
Stavo dicendo che l'Europa, e posso dirlo perché l'ho visto durante tutta la mia vita, ho partecipato alla realizzazione delle prime direttive in materia bancaria, quella sui consumi, sul credito al consumo e così via, è stata sempre preoccupata più di armonizzare, di superare la frammentazione normativa con delle regole ottimali. Non a caso alcuni nostri colleghi hanno parlato della qualità eccezionale delle regole, però sono forse stati un po' troppo distanti dalla valutazione concreta della realtà e dei fatti. E oggi ci troviamo, a mio avviso, ad un bivio dove molti nodi stanno per venire al pettine, nodi che riguardano sia la validità di questi modelli che sono stati fatti in un'altra logica, seguendo dei criteri che poi sono smentiti dall'oggi, e soprattutto dei criteri che quando sono stati adottati volutamente hanno ignorato che tutta la questione climatica, ad esempio, a Trump non interessava. Lui lo dichiarò, l'ha dichiarato nel COP26, che volevano non partecipare a tutte queste cose. Invece noi siamo andati avanti come un treno, sicuro che non sarebbe mai successo niente. E invece adesso stanno per succedere delle cose che ci devono fortemente preoccupare. Non so se mi vado convincendo di questo, sto pure io studiando molto, ma sapete che cosa sto studiando, ragazzi? Il rapporto tra potere politico e potere economico, e me lo fa pensare tutto quello che sta succedendo in questi giorni, specialmente quando il potere economico sta in mano a una, come si chiama, una Sparger, che vive un delirio di onnipotenza. E allora tutti noi siamo esposti, anche perché ne parlavo a lungo ieri mattina con Giancarlo Montedoro, che è un grande magistrato del Consiglio di Stato, molto bravo, anche uno studioso molto famoso. Lui parlava di caos, mi faceva delle visioni profetiche, apocalittiche, che vanno forse prese un po' con le pinze, però aveva ragione da morire, aveva ragione da morire. Voi vi dovete preoccupare, specialmente i giovani. Marco, vuoi dire qualcosa?
Sì, no, la riflessione di Paola è altamente stimolante, anche perché come lei condivido un ruolo di presidente del collegio sindacale di una banca, quindi al di là di studiarle poi ci troviamo proprio ad applicarle certe cose. Due riflessioni di carattere generale, una sull'esternalizzazione. Come ricordavi te nel convegno che abbiamo fatto dell'ADDE, quello dell'esternalizzazione è un problema più generale nel quale l'esternalizzazione dei ICT è uno dei capitoli. Il fenomeno dell'esternalizzazione sostanzialmente, con tutto quello che ce lo dicono gli economisti, le catene di lavoro, Adam Smith, la divisione del lavoro, è una cosa che è difficile contrastare, assolutamente. Anzi, che cosa saranno le banche, gli intermediari finanziari in un futuro noi non lo sappiamo. Probabilmente saranno solo delle scatole vuote che coordinano e hanno la responsabilità Qual è stato l'atteggiamento sull'esternalizzazione da parte delle autorità di vigilanza nazionali Banca d'Italia? È stato sempre totalmente contrario, nel senso che sono stati previsti che le funzioni cosiddette critiche, essenziali o importanti non possano essere esternalizzate, e quando Banca d'Italia lo consente c'è un procedimento amministrativo per cui Banca d'Italia deve autorizzare la esternalizzazione. Questo come carattere generale. Con Dora qualcosa cambia. Cambia perché? Perché è vero che c'è tutta una disciplina che a tutela di questa esternalizzazione dei servizi ICT, però non è prevista più l'autorizzazione. Cioè tutto quello che è ICT può essere, tra virgolette, esternalizzato, a condizione che ci siano quei presidi previsti dai 5 pilastri che ho illustrato nella mia relazione. Quindi per un verso la normativa diventa più pesante, per l'altro si sottrae all'autorità amministrativa il potere di vietarlo. Discorso della responsabilità, tant'è che Dora chiama entità finanziarie 19 soggetti che sono a tutti gli effetti entità finanziarie e mette come 20° soggetto i servitori ICT che prendono solo nominalmente la qualifica di entità finanziarie per essere sottoposti al controllo di vigilanza di chi? Poi del comitato congiunto delle 3 ESA e poi dell'ESA che andrà a essere l'autorità di vigilanza specifica sul soggetto. Ora, la mia impressione, ma questa è tutta da verificare, è che il fatto che ci sia una vigilanza specifica sui service provider non esclude la responsabilità dell'entità finanziaria che ha delegato. Quindi se il service provider, pure vigilato, sbaglia, la banca, a mio avviso, leggendo e allo studio attuale Dora, resta comunque responsabile di quegli errori. Poi discorso tutto diverso, e qui siamo in un altro capitolo che il professor Capriglione ha anche studiato, è ma come la banca si potrebbe difendere dicendo io ho fatto tutto quanto, quello era vigilato, al limite hai sbagliato tu, autorità di vigilanza a non vigilare, quindi diventa un problema anche di responsabilità poi del vigilante, laddove il vigilante però nel caso degli ICT provider sono le ESA o l'ESA, mentre nel caso dell'autorità di vigilanza, cioè dell'entità finanziaria, sarà la BCE o l'autorità di vigilanza nazionale a seconda del tipo di entità finanziaria che è. Quindi ci sarà pure un rimpallo e un confronto tra responsabilità eventuali delle autorità di vigilanza, ma questo è un tema ovviamente...
Questo è un altro tema importante, giusto per sollecitare i giovani. Un altro tema che adesso ci dobbiamo porre è la caduta degli dei, cioè la caduta delle immunità di cui fino ad oggi hanno goduto le autorità di controllo di tutti i paesi europei, a partire dalla nostra. Noi nella legge capitale, qualcuno di voi lo sa perché so che ho detto a qualcuno di legge, abbiamo un articolo 20 che ha esteso quella che era con la legge 262 del 2005 era stata limitata come responsabilità degli organi di vigilanza solo al dolo e alla colpa grave. Ora rispondono per qualsivoglia tipo di omissione, qualsivoglia tipo di ritardo nell'intervento. E questa cosa generale, raccordata a quello che sta dicendo Marco Sepe, soprattutto se teniamo conto del fatto che si estende ultra di media senza confini questa responsabilità, poi o giustamente le autorità cercheranno di sottrarsi dicendo ma noi non le vogliamo questi compiti perché esorbitano da quelle che sono le nostre possibilità di intervento, o se forse per ambizione, forse per non lo so che, li accettano, poi dopo andranno incontro con questo clima di rinnovamento, di transizione che investirà prima o poi, ma già in Italia si è avuto, adesso bisogna vedere quali che sono le reazioni di Banca d'Italia, però mi risulta, cosa di questi giorni, che anche nella procedura di consultazioni che la Consob tiene in atto sulla legge capitale c'è un forte dibattito latente a livello di studiosi che si pongono dei problemi che riguarderanno anche attraverso la regolazione delle modifiche del TUF che sappiamo Mirella, Andrea Sacco hanno provveduto, anche tu, attraverso la modifica di quelle regole che forse si vuole impedire a certe autorità di controllo, in questo caso mi riferisco alla Consob, di poter intervenire ridimensionando la propria responsabilità. Ecco, questa è la parola giusta. Vedete com'è difficile la lingua italiana. Io non ho voluto parlare inglese perché sono convinto che certe finezze linguistiche noi le cogliamo, però in inglese it's too strong. It's difficult to understand well some words, Italian words.
So I have the hard work to translate. So we were talking about DORA because Paola, Professor Lucantona, is in a government body in the board of directors of one of the most important Italian bank, and Professor Sepe, who replied us first, is living the same experience about DORA, but as the president of the board of auditors of another Italian bank. Professor, so the question was about the implementation, the liability of the boards, considering that such activities are outsourced to supervised entities. In this respect, Professor Capriglione gave a general framework and background on the setup and the trends in Europe about the responsibilities, considering that in Italy we have just changed the rule about the liability of supervisors, so that the supervisor can be called to be liable for the supervising activity vis-à-vis the investors that are damaged by any mistake in the supervising activity. In this respect, Marco Sepe talked about the role of supervisors in supervising the Digital Resilience Act, and he pointed out a general adverse, I would say, adverse approach from the Italian supervising authority to the externalization. And now the European regulation changed this approach because it's not more a discretionary analysis, but it's an objective analysis. So you can outsource almost everything in ICT, provided that you fulfill certain requirements. So it's a change of view. Let me conclude before the buffet with my own opinion, because I deal with outsourcing since 10 years when I published an article on the outsourcing in banks in Law Economics Yearly Review, whose second paragraph was named Who Will Be the Last? So I say that bank, it's from Highlander, a movie, which say that will last only one person in a bank with a huge table of buttons governing the whole bank. And I was looking into the CRD directive, and it says that the least operational size of a bank is 2 people. And I was questioning these 2 people, because 2 people in a board doesn't work properly because you don't have the majority approach. So basically, if you have a board made by 2 people, you will have the president governing everything. but at that time I was also questioning that going and outsourcing the ICT in a information society, a wired society, a fluid society as we call, can be a huge mistake from a management perspective, because dealing with information, sto dicendo che tutto questo outsourcing secondo me è un errore dal punto di vista manageriale, perché il valore sta nell'informazione nella società dell'interconnessione, quindi le banche avranno una licenza, bank will have a license that doesn't worth nothing, and will ask for high value services, compreranno cose costose, servizi costosi from third party outsourcer. So we will have third party outsourcers as the big tech that will aim the huge part of the money of the gaining in doing banking without being supervised. Cioè, no, aspetti, ripeto in italiano. Ripeto in italiano, sto dicendo che rivolgendosi in ampia parte all'outsourcing, le banche saranno dipendenti dagli outsourcer, perché da sole non potranno più fare il mestiere bancario, e quindi questi outsourcer, io questo ho detto, prof, che fa l'interpretazione?
Allora ho capito male.
Quindi le banche, se diventeranno dipendenti da questi outsourcer informatici, dovranno dare loro gran parte dei guadagni che si fanno facendo attività bancaria.
Allora questa volta consapevolmente ti dico, you are saying wishful thinking, perché questa è una cosa che non avverrà mai. Non avverrà mai che le banche rinunceranno a parte notevole dei loro guadagni condividendole in partecipazione.
Ma già lo stanno facendo,
Ma
perché questi software costano una tombola. Quanto costa tutta sta roba, Paola?
Le competenze dentro le banche
non ci sono.
La media è comunque bassa, è alta.
Non possiamo ritenere che le banche debbano essere capaci di fare tutto e di più. Le banche nascono come intermediari creditizi, sono diventati gestori di servizi, sono diventati soggetti che entrano nel processo di sviluppo economico di un paese fortemente. Ora, se però finiamo col dire che la banca deve essere in grado di fare dall'A alla Z, allora o la banca non sarà più la banca, sarà qualcos'altro, allora non saranno più quelle le autorità, eccetera. Oppure tutto questo, dico io, non avverrà. E io sono convinto, visto che studio le banche da 60 anni, che questo non succederà, perché ci sarà una autodifesa del sistema. Loro vorranno conservare i loro interessi e quindi diranno: queste cose fateli fare, noi non le vogliamo fare, non rientra nelle nostre funzioni, noi dobbiamo fare, ecco, accettiamo tutte queste regole europee d'ora, questa, va tutto bene, come accettammo la MiFID 1, poi abbiamo accettato la MiFID 2, tutto, andiamo avanti, però non spingiamoci troppo, perché se poi superiamo le colonne d'Ercole cambia il mondo, sta cambiando il mondo, però adelante Pedro, come io dico, lo dobbiamo dire al professore spagnolo, no?
So, grazie, thank you everybody. So it's lunch time. See you here at 3 p.m. sharp. Hello. So, thank you for being here. It will be not a very long afternoon, even if we didn't serve coffee. But my understanding is that each of you has had his own dose of coffee by going outside. So we can continue by being fast and on time as we were this morning. And I would like to share with you just a couple of technical information, as we received an email from Mads Andenas right now, and he is connected and is following, but due to the flu, he's not able to speak, and he would like to announce that we will do the third conference this early summer or late spring again in Oslo. So maybe the second or the last of June or the second week of July, depends on some technical features, and this is something very good, first of all. Then he wrote us that he shared all the consideration and doubts raised by Professor Capriglione, and that he thinks that in the next wave of regulation we will have to address, nella prossima regolazione dovremo affrontare sfide di questo tipo, this kind of challenges. This afternoon we will go further in the analysis of new pieces of regulation, and we will start with a question raised by Morten Kinander that I see online, because he's asking us if this is the time to deregulate the European financial markets and to reduce the burden for the market participants. So we are very close connected to the debate raised by Paola Lucantoni and Professor Capriglione at the end of this morning. Let me give the stage to Morten. Professor Kinander, what time is it?
Hi, hi everybody, and thank you. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to speak to you. I would, of course, needless to say, would have loved to be with you in Rome, even though maybe January is not the perfect time for travel anywhere in Europe. But due to a colleague that got sick, I had a meeting with students today, and I'm teaching a full course tomorrow, which would have ruined the purpose of the trip if I were to go back this morning. Let me try and share the screen. Well, let's see. Yeah, hold on a second now. Finder, PowerPoint. Oh, open systems settings. There.
Yes, he's trying to share his own presentation.
Seems that for some reason I have to leave the meeting and hook up again. So, or maybe I can, Valerio, if I could just send you the presentation right now and you can upload it.
Yes.
I'm sorry about that. I thought that this would function fluidly. There, I think I sent it to you. The main point, I'm raising this issue of burden reduction because it's an ongoing discussion in the regulatory authorities, both nationally and in supranationally at ESMA, of whether the amount of regulation in the EU has gotten too far and is involving too many compliance costs. Of course, this is not a new topic for discussion, but it is highlighted by the growing discrepancy between the efficiency of the European markets as compared to the US markets, which, as we know, is a little lighter regulated on certain key areas, and given that there, obviously there are other differences as well, but the discrepancy has largely taken off in the last couple of 5 to 8 years, which has also coincided with the acceleration of EU financial regulation. So that's basically the topic of my talk. Valerio, are you able to?
Yes, we are uploading them, so just a few minutes. You can go on and just skip the first one.
So the topic is for my talk is just to initiate a discussion of the burden regulation, to show within some key areas how that regulatory approach of the EU is perhaps a little bit wrongly calibrated, and that's two areas of sustainable finance and anti-money laundering, which is based on the idea of reporting, and the idea that reporting will provide information, regulatory information, both to investors and consumers and authorities, so that they can make better investments, and that the authorities can monitor and discover money laundering. That, however, does not seem to have the desired effects, and it's really causing a big problem for the economy. As we know, the financial markets are purely functional. There's no end in themselves. The financial markets and financial market regulation is no intrinsic good. It only goes so far as to whether it makes the markets perform better. In that sense, financial markets the regulation of financial markets remind me of the rowing team coach for the UK national team in rowing. He took over a few years ago, and he was set with the task of making the team perform better internationally. And he said, at every point, ask yourself as a rower, will the choices I make now make the boat go faster? So that's the question that also the authorities in the EU market should perhaps ask themselves a bit more, whether the regulation makes the markets go faster. I have some tables and some numbers, Valerio. Are you able to put them up on the screen?
We are uploading just right now, so few minutes. No. E no, non sono ancora arrivate. Francesco, puoi venire un secondo? Maybe, Martin, if you are not in a hurry, we can let Professor Vincenzo speaking, and then while we upload the slide. Guarda che sono queste, però questo non prende, devi andare fuori. Il codice è 3 volte 14. Guarda, se vai da qua dietro c'è la finestra. No, non escono. Ma no. Grazie. È andata?
There, do you see it now?
Ok. Fatto lui, perfect.
You see it now?
Thank you.
Do you see my slides now?
So this is an example of Dora resilience approach with a backup standard. Okay.
Here we are. As you can see from 2011, 2010-11, the GDP of the EU versus that of US has grown to nearly half of the size of the US GDP. If you look at US and European equity returns, before 2009, they were much more similar, and they moved in tandem. After 2010-11, where the EU picked up the massive regulation of the of not only the banking sector but also the capital market sector, we can see a distinct discrepancy in development. I'm not saying there's the definite causal connection here, but it's a correlation. The same goes for earnings per share in the US versus Europe from 2007 until the 2023. There's 34 versus 136% in development here. The same goes for the performance of the EU stocks in general. If you look at the S&P 500 versus the stocks Europe 600, you see a massive discrepancy, and the same trend started at roughly the same time. They both had 100 in 2007, declined after the financial crisis, but then the US picked up gradually and picking up pace after 2014-15, especially after 2018. If you look at the European capital markets and the capitalization, there are smaller businesses. It's harder to attract money in the EU than in the United States. And if you see how the people in the EU versus the US allocate their savings, you see that in Europe, the banking sector with currency and deposits is overdeveloped as compared to the US, where you see that the equity investment in the US is 28% versus the listed equity in the EU is 4.8%. There's a population aging time bomb in the EU, which this type of economy seems to be badly equipped to cope with. If you in 2010 had a job in the US and a part-time job in the EU, your pension funds would have dropped in the EU, while that doubled in the US. So that's not good good prospects for the European citizens. And all this is highlighted in the Letta report and the Draghi report. And the question is what to do with that. The harmonization issue is sometimes heralded as the key issue to make the boat go faster, so to speak, where every rule has to be harmonized to a greatest possible level. But the question is not necessarily a degree of harmonization as a tool for every problem. The question is which regulations and which rules are to be harmonized and how much. Because all the EU markets, the national member states markets, have certain specific characterizations. There's a huge difference between, for example, the German-based banking-based market and the capital markets-driven Scandinavian markets. For example, Norway and Sweden and Denmark are highly dependent on and fairly good at regulating and supervising the capital markets, while the Spanish and German markets are much more bank-based. So the degree of harmonization must take account of that. And of course, the big players, the big international corporations, and the main lists on the stock exchanges should be harmonized. There's considerable there's a gap in research on the cost of sustainable finance regulation, but there's not there's some indications that this is hurting European companies more than it's contributing to solving the climate crisis and solving sustainable or climate-friendly solutions. By the way, as a note, nothing of what I say here must and should be taken as a view on either the seriousness of anti-money laundering or money laundering or the seriousness of climate change. I'm just saying that these projects are perhaps not the right solutions to the problem. Let's take the AML as an example. The purpose of the AML regime is to gather intelligence. It's not combating money laundering as such, or to take measures to combat the crime and to investigate the clients. And that's very clear from both the AML directives and regulations, although the last one has gotten a bit better on that, where the routine is to report suspicious transactions, take measures, and debank only under certain strict conditions. You're only supposed to quit the relationship with the client under strictly defined conditions, because then the authorities will lose info on the client, and you're not allowed to tell the client about the reporting that you are doing on him, and so in order for the information to keep flowing, so that the institution can report. The largest bank in Norway, the DNB, has 11,000 employees. 1,000 of these do reporting, and 650 of these do AML reporting. So that's roughly 10% of all the employees at the bank do reporting. Globally, there's no success metric and minimal data on the AML regime's success, but there's no indication that money laundering is reduced in the last years, or that it had been much higher had it not been for AML regime. The cost of compliance with the AML regime in EU is, and again, this is 2018 numbers, so probably this has gone up a bit, but it's 144 billion euros per year for financial institutions in implementing and carrying out AML regimes. So that means that it's 3.1% of turnover in combating financial crimes, and which translate to 0.38 of GDP. That's and safely to say that that's huge numbers, which is then passed on to the clients. And the AML regime helps to intercept and retrieve approximately $3 billion annually, which is a fraction of the costs. On the recipient side, only in Norway, there are 10,000s of reports annually made to the authorities, the FIUs. But there are very few people on the recipient side, even though AI can do a lot to help on analyzing the reports. There's no getting around that the analysis of these reports require forensic evidence and research and analysis by people who know the business. And the largest income for resulting from the AML regime is not confiscation of money laundered money, but fines to financial institutions for not having adequate reporting regimes. And there's very little collaboration and information from the authorities with the institutions. That varies a little bit across Europe, but very often you don't see the authorities reporting back to the institutions about certain risky projects and areas. As an example, although there are 10,000s of reports annually, it's a handful of people on the financial intelligence unit side analyzing these reports. And even though when the banks alert the authorities to pursue certain engagements, it is reported back that very little happens because of lacking manpower on the other side. And we have very few cases resulting from AML intelligence at all. The successful money laundering prosecutions that we have seen in Europe are a result of journalists, whistleblowers. For example, the largest crisis, the AML crisis in Europe for a long time was the Danske Bank's Baltic problems, where at around 200 billion euros were money laundered by Russians through the Baltics, Danske Bank Baltic subsidiaries. But that was not an AML case. That was Bill Browder whistleblowing and and journalistic research that discovered and led to that unraveling. And much of the same goes for sustainable finance. Very much emphasis is spent on reporting and too little on actual operations in terms of analysis of the types of companies that is financed. And also the problem with sustainable finance is that regulations is that it might not help fund the greener initiatives, because the brown initiatives still get funding although at a higher price, but still have no trouble so far in getting funding, as well as very much funding goes to so-called green businesses, and we all know what happens when very much money is chasing a few projects. That is easily translated into bubbles, where consumers and others in Europe and pension funds risk losing or having lower performance on their pension funds because of this mechanism. And again, it's not to say that or to underestimate the sustainable or the problems that lies at the bottom of the Sustainable Finance Initiative, but maybe reporting and placing burdens on the financial sector is not the way to go. Maybe that's a political issue, not a regulatory issue. That, I think, was the main, main message for me. So, yeah, thank you. And of course, if there's there are some questions, I would be more than happy to take them. And I'm again sorry for not being there. I would have very much liked to discuss these issues in person than online, as much as many others would like. Thank you.
Thank you, Morten. We are sorry too not having you here, but I hope to see you next year when we will arrange according with your academic duties, maybe in a better way. And I want to also thank you because you provide us with numbers concerning the burden of EU regulation to market participants. So you give us the exact meaning of what regulation is and what intermediaries should done, which is, I think, a very nice introduction for Professor Troiano's speech, who will talk about and come back to the retail investment strategy. Prego, Vincenzo. I know that this is a topic you go deep since a lot of time, and sì, c'è sempre. Allora. Vincenzo Troiano mi sembra un ottimo. Confermi?
Sì, questa
è lei.
Come giro con questo?
Hai il telecomando dietro al tuo laptop.
E vado in su.
Destra o sinistra?
Okay, thank you. Thank you everybody. The value for money principle in the EU retail strategy is the topic. First of all, let me thank Professor Francesco Capriglione, Valerio Lemma and Mats Andenas for inviting me in this very inspiring conference. That is, as has been recalled, the second step following the Oslo conference in last July in our journey aimed at strengthening our relationship between Italian and Norwegian scholars and academics. The subject of my intervention is the value for money principle in connection with the EC retail investment strategy. By the way, reference is made to the 2023 EC proposal for a directive, amending some sectoral financial directives, namely MiFID, IFM, IDD, as regards the union retail investor protection. The proposal is usually referred to as the Omnibus Directive, and this is the name that we will use also during this speech. This morning, Raffaele Lehner and Paola Lucantoni already examined the proposal, also with reference to the principle of value for money. And I entirely refer to today's speech in respect to the general structure of the EU retail investment strategy and the wide variety of issues covered by the same, reminding that the aim of the proposal, by the way, is to ensure a modernized and simplified framework for retail investments aligned and coherent across the different sectors. More specifically to the value for money principle, one may ask whether value for money is a principle or is a method, is a rule, and in case it is a rule, if it is a rule of conduct or it is a rule of organization, and whether the infringement of such a rule principle may lead to a civil responsibility of the intermediary concerned vis-à-vis the clients and policy holder, and or an administrative responsibility vis-à-vis the relevant authorities. A too vast program, frankly. I will rather spend only few words on the concept itself of value for money, evaluating whether such a principle is already embedded in the EU financial regulation and in any other soft law sources. Then I will move very, very briefly on the EC retail investment strategy with a focus on the pricing process within the POG exercise, product oversight and governance forum. Sorry, we use in English a lot of acronyms sometimes, it's very confusing. Okay, POG exercise, and the function and use of benchmarks. And this, the use of benchmarks, also in comparison with the other possible tool that might be used in this sphere, which is the peer group analysis. In conclusion, I will briefly mention the October 2024 EIOPA methodology for value for money benchmarks. We don't find a proper definition of value for money in the EU financial regulation. It is usually considered as a given concept, which is bordered by the financial sphere, which generally refers to the equilibrium set between costs and returns of a certain investment products. The 2021 EIOPA supervisory statement, which usually is identified as the first soft law making reference to such a principle, states that the value for money is already embedded, albeit implicitly, in the IDD directive and more specifically in the POG delegated regulation, which requires manufacturers to conduct the so-called final testing of their products. Indeed, instead of defining value for money, the statement from EIOPA, which is limited in scope to the unit-linked products, which is relevant to be clear on this, proceeds by reasoning. It underlines that no target markets has as its objective receiving poor value. This is very, very obvious. Consequently, unit-linked products which offer poor value should therefore not be marketed to consumers. But when do unit-linked products offer value for money? When costs and charges are proportionate to the benefits in terms of investment performance, guarantees, coverage and services, amongst the others, regarding the entire product life cycle. Intermediaries should include a pricing process based on an internally structured product complexity scale in its product oversight and governance exercise. Scenario analysis also benefited the exercise, by the way. According to the POG delegated regulation and the EIOPA statement, product performance assessment should not be understood as an interference with the manufacturer's freedom to set premiums or as price control in any case. Neither do the POG supervisory activity aim to interfere with business decision. Rather, they assess whether the process followed by the manufacturer is sufficiently customer-centric. This is another general principle used in this case. Another piece of soft law is 2022, EIOPA's methodology to assess value for money in the unit-linked and hybrid products market. Apart from the specific content, what is important here is underline that in the EIOPA view, such a methodology, primarily intended to support and used by NCAs, not for intermediaries, can also be useful for manufacturers and distributors where implementing their own POG policies. The not so clear distinction between the two plans, supervisory tool only or industry tool also, will also be present in the retail investment strategy with reference to benchmarks. We come back on this specific topic. Mention, finally, should also be made to the position of ESMA, that while EIOPA addresses the value for money issues in specific documents, ESMA focused mainly on the relevance of due and undue costs in the UCITS and also in the alternative investment funds sphere. There is no doubt that the issue remains in the background, but attention is mostly directed to cost rather to the value itself. It's a subtle difference in the two positions of the relevant entities. Moving to the EU retail investment strategy, it is of interest that the proposal of the Omnibus directives includes rules to ensure that products distributed to the retail investor offer proper value for money, general principle. An impact assessment preceded the proposal, and the final option used by the Commission has been intended to impose not only to manufacturers but also to distributors duties in terms of product governance by requiring the comparison of the products against the relevant benchmarks in order to achieve the intervention's goal of leading to better quality investment product for retail investment. It has better quality and more cost-efficient products. Value for money remains also in the retail investment strategy a principle or a general rule. It is not the subject of the definition. There is not a definition of value for money. It is not per se an organizational rule, as for the more general product and oversight governance framework, but rather the desirable result or the objective of a technical process, the pricing process, aiming at analyzing the feature of a product to be conducted at the intermediaries, but with the possible interaction with the authorities, possible, not mandatory, interaction with the authorities, to lead to the adoption of a product granting to retail investment a fair benefit from the investment of this or the subscription of an insurance product, because this fair encompasses also insurance products. It is the result of a technical process. Go to the exam of the pricing process. A pricing process is now provided at the legislative level and is included in the product governance exercise as a specific phase of the product approval process. It aims to clearly identify and quantify all costs and charges and assess whether such costs and charges do not undermine the value the product is expected to bring. The process includes a requirement not to approve products that deviate from the relevant benchmarks, unless the manufacturer and or the distributor can establish that costs and charges are justified and proportionate. As usual, the Commission has the power to supplement the directive. Including a price process testified to a change in approach in the POG exercise, with an obligation on the part of the producers of financial and insurance instruments to ensure a correct value for money placed upstream of the market of the product. The analysis intends to alignment a so-called customer-centric perspective, which is an integral part of the duty of care of the intermediaries vis-à-vis retail investors. The Omnibus Directive provides for the use of benchmarks, okay, in the pricing process, describing who and how will develop such benchmarks, for whom they are costed, and so on. ESMA and EIOPA have the authority to develop benchmarks following their sectoral competence. The aim is to make the pricing process more objective and equip manufacturers, distributors, and competent authorities with a tool for efficient cost comparisons amongst investment products of the same product type. Benchmark will be published for financial instruments and insurance products that present similar performance, risk, similar strategies, similar objective, and other characteristics. Instrumental to developing benchmarks is that the benchmark is based on reliable data. Manufacturer and distributor are so required to report relevant data to the national competent authorities for onward transmission to ESMA and EIOPA. The proposal stresses that the receipt of such data is a crucial aspect of the value for money approach, which is grounded on reliable benchmark against which value for money prospect of investment product might be measured. Therefore, ESMA and EIOPA will develop proper regulatory technical standard. It is unnecessary to say that establishing the relevant set of provisions to be followed before the creation of relevant benchmark appears to be a very complex and time-consuming exercise. This morning we discussed on how the huge amount of regulation, no? Huge amount of regulation. This is another very clear example of what does it mean. Okay. But how will the benchmark be used? The proposal states that if the intermediaries comparison with the relevant benchmark results in cost and performance for investors not aligned with the benchmark, the product should not be marketed to retail investors unless additional testing and further assessment is carried out by the intermediary itself. This is the case, for example, of a product containing additional features relevant for a particular group of customers, and so on. The use of benchmark in the pricing process raised huge concerns in the industry, claiming that in this way the entire attention was on the mere price of the product, while value for money cannot be established solely on the basis of cost in relation of a benchmark. In addition, the construction of a benchmark fails to consider that prices can vary considerably between different distributions depending on the numerous factors, such as the country in which they are active, the volume or scope of the distribution network, and so on. Not surprisingly, that this aspect attracted particular attention during the legislative process, and this morning Paola mentioned the different position which was followed by Parliament and Council. We will come back now. Let me check. The Parliament first reading differs from the Commission proposal exactly in relation to the external analysis that producers are required to carry out to assess the consistency of the cost and returns of their product. Echoing the industry concern, the fear is expressed that the supervisory authority's publication of benchmark would result in a leveling of pricing, harming competition. In order to exclude that benchmark could lead to a price regulation, they should only be a tool for national authorities to better supervise product on the market, aiming to identify potential outliers and ensure correction for the benefit of customers. Where necessary, national supervisory authority can share the benchmark for a specific product with the companies involved in the supervisory inspection to allow them to provide adequate explanation for deviation from the benchmark. Instead of assessing the price of the product against benchmark, according to the Parliament's position, intermediaries should undergo a peer group assessment. It is a comparative analysis of the product's historical costs and returns against those of a group of similar products for the market, selected by the intermediary itself. This is the real a crucial difference between the two positions. The EU Council position is intermediate between the two. It follows the road of carrying out a peer evaluation between the cost and returns of the products and those of an homogeneous group of products on the market. On the other hand, however, it is acknowledged that the Commission proposal to make the supervisor benchmark public and not only private. Commission, Parliament and Council position differ in the structure and the measure, but are aligned in the goal. The goal is to provide criteria and methodologies to ensure the objective of common application of value for money throughout the EU. The bottom line of the two methods used is verified internal evaluation carried out by intermediary in the present process are proposed. Compare those with an external benchmark or with a peer group. No substantial difference emerges in terms of the potential reduction in competition amongst manufacturers or distributors. In both cases, an urge to flatten out or not diverge too much from the benchmark or the control group may emerge. In any case, also in case there is a peer group. Shifting the analysis to the relevance of the authoritative intervention, the methods are different. Benchmark presents a substantial and more incisive role of the sector authorities compared to the other methods in terms of the collection of data, aggregation, and the whole exercise of construction of the benchmark. While it is true that the basic data are provided by the intermediaries themselves, there is no doubt that the creation of the data sets and the reworking in the information received opens the way to the authority-led definition of the benchmark itself. This is not the case in case we use the other tool. It has the peer group analysis. The other method, the group analysis, present in turn some deficiency. On one hand, the authority's intervention is still present, if only to mitigate the opportunistic choices made by the intermediaries in the selection of the comparative group, with the consequence that the more pervasive the authority's control in this perspective, the less autonomous the intermediary choice will be. On the other hand, the excessive parceling out of the comparison group may again fragment the tool, rendering the value and functionality less effective. For sure, considering benchmark a tool only at disposal of the authorities and not as a parameter against which intermediaries compare the price-return ratio is not convincing, in my view. The season of so-called supervisory expectation that, although not mandatory, nevertheless in practice condition operators' behavior suggests that the authorities' recourse to benchmark would in any case implicitly push the operators to internalize the use of the same benchmark in their processes. It is preferable not to have gray area, but have a clear situation. The benchmark exists, they are public, and they are used by authorities and intermediaries, or they are out of the picture. Few words on the 2024 EIOPA methodology on value for money benchmark. Regarding gray areas, in the insurance sector, EIOPA is making further efforts to build methodology for appropriate benchmarks, in particular for the unit-linked and hybrid insurance products. 2 months ago, in October, EIOPA issued a new methodology on value for money benchmarks. In the EIOPA view, the benchmark methodology is meant as a supervisory tool to enable EIOPA and NCAs to adopt a more informed and risk-based approach for the supervision of value for money, support customer centricity in the product testing, development, and the review phases, and bring more clarity to supervisors and manufacturers on the approach to the identification of products which might not offer value for money. EIOPA states that it does not plan to share the benchmark with the insurance product manufacturer, neither publish them before dialogue with the NCAs, and only when the methodology is sufficiently tested and stable, then will be made public. EIOPA will circulate to the NCAs for supervisory purposes. In any case, EIOPA specified that in any case manufacturers should not consider benchmark as a safe harbor. Benchmark should not be seen as and used as price regulation or cost capping or as a consumer disclosure tool. The overlap between different plans of intervention, the retail investment strategy and the EIOPA methodology is evident at this level. In the consultation paper of 2023, because the new methodology is at the end of the process that started 1 year ago with the consultation paper in 2023. In 2023, EIOPA specified that the paper was to be considered independent from the retail investment strategy and only based on the existing IDD requirements. On contrary, the new methodology now states that the development in the area of value for money within the retail investment strategy may inform future review on the value for money and the benchmark methodologies. However, EIOPA will continue its own activity. The change of tone is very relevant in this case and testify the persistent, not clear distinction of the different sources of intervention. But more than this, what is important, I'm concluding now, is consider the possibility that some national authorities may adopt, for instance, through supervisory expectation or other soft law provisions, any guidance from EIOPA on this matter before the retail investment strategy is in place and what effect this may have on the competitiveness of those markets. The discrepancies in terms of timing between the final adoption of the European discipline and the possible advancement of the national legal framework are evident. The latter end up creating regulatory environments that are not necessarily uniform in the European area and, above all, lead to conforming national system to models that might then not be aligned to the European discipline once definitively adopted. Thanks.
Thank you, Vincenzo. I fully agree with your approach, and actually it's I don't want to say that it's evident, but it's your general evidence is about the functioning of these new markets, provided that a clear statement is arriving from the regulation, so that the effort an investor should pay for requires a substantial contribution, so some value. It means that someone should be able to assess the presence of such value, and maybe this is a very good question to questioning, considering the responsibility of the supervising authority on according to the latest Article 20 of Legge Capitale, because now assessing the presence of value in insurance product requires an activity of supervision. So if the value lacks, maybe the supervising authority may be responsible for that. So it's a huge question what you have raised. Thank you very much. And in terms of spoiling alert, I would say that you are going to arrange a meeting and a conference in Perugia this year, don't you?
In spring.
During springtime, so you will receive an email about that conference, which is in the context of our PRIN, because Vincenzo, Marco Sepe, who spoke this morning, Paolo Gaggero is not here now, and myself won a prize for a researcher who is financing also this conference. Yes. On regulating technological driven finance, and we will have several conferences. The next would be in Perugia. Okay, so hope to see you there too. Grazie Vincenzo. Sì. So Rasmus, it's your turn to deal with this financial value from manufacturing business. So that's, we are really looking for your perspective, which I think will complete our trip across the need for new value in terms of monetary value, economic value in the insurance business. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. I think I have a presentation that
Yes.
includes 2 slides.
I'm the master of the presentation. So it's this one. Spento il microfono. Okay.
Thank you. And I use this? Yes. So thank you very much for your kind introduction, and also thank you for inviting me and for a lovely dinner yesterday. All the contributions today have been very interesting, and I'm really looking forward to see your response on my topic. Of course, this is a highly competent audience, so I'm kind of humble in raising at least one point that I have addressed in practice as a litigator, because I am a lawyer and I mainly do litigation, corporate litigation and arbitration. So my way into this question that I raise is then from a highly, the practitioner's perspective. So I currently work as a lawyer with the law firm Hovin in Oslo. We are about 200 lawyers, and I do, as I said, dispute resolution and arbitration. And I would say that I'm regularly in the Supreme Court in Norway doing litigation. I have chosen to talk about law as a tool for imperceptibly extracting underlying financial value from manufacturing businesses. And I think this is not enough thought of from a lawyer's perspective. And the reason I can say something about this is that I, as a lawyer, have worked extensively with corporate litigation for almost 30 years. And also, I've been trained by my wife, Trude, who had the presentation earlier today. And she has, of course, extraordinary expertise in financial law and financial market law. I therefore have been fortunate to be able to look at corporate litigation from 2 perspectives. The first is that the resolution of disputes is based on legal parameters and legal only, while the second is that the law to a large extent facilitates the creation of financial instruments without this having taken place in controlled forms and without this having been purpose of the legal rules. This has led me to formulate the following hypothesis. The legislator draws up its regulations without considering that the legal instruments offered to society outside the financial sector are very well suited as tools for creating financial instruments without the necessary control or regulation. At the same time, agreements are drafted by lawyers without the lawyers realizing that the agreements may be instruments that are very well suited as tools for creating financial instruments. And lawyers are, in my mind at least, less suited to realize what opportunities the agreements may give one or both parties to the agreement to construct financial instruments. This is well illustrated after the financial crisis, where real estate became sought after investment objects and where agreements helped to extract underlying values in their own financial instruments without being subject to regulations or regulations on insider trading or market manipulation. Firstly, I will say something about the rationale for the limited liability company. And that is, the starting point for my example. The limited liability company is a legal entity, and it's a central part of modern economies and plays an important role in business. There are several reasons why societies offer the limited liability company as a legal structure for business. These reasons are related to economic, legal, and societal considerations. In the following, I will provide an overview of the most important reasons why limited liability companies are offered as a legal entity. One of the most prominent advantages of a limited liability company is the principle of limited liability. The shareholders of a limited company are only liable for the company's debts and obligations up to the amount they have invested in the company. This reduces personal risk for shareholders and encourages investment and entrepreneurship. Limited companies have a structure that makes it easier to raise capital. By issuing shares, the company can attract investment from a wide range of investors. This allows the company to finance growth and development without having to take out loans or burden owners with additional financial obligations. Limited companies have perpetual existence, which means that the company's existence is not affected by change in the ownership structure, such as the sale of shares or the death of shareholders. This gives the company stability and continuity, which is attractive to both investors and business partners. The structure of a limited liability company facilitates professional management in the company, in that the company is governed by a board of directors and the general manager. This separates ownership from management, which can lead to more efficient and professional operations. Shareholders can thus focus on the return of their investment, while management takes care of day-to-day operations. Limited liability companies are subject to extensive regulation and supervision, which provides a degree of security and predictability for investors, creditors, and other stakeholders. This includes requirements for accounting, auditing, and disclosure of financial information, which help to maintain confidence in the market. This rationale is sufficient to make it difficult to imagine a society without limited liability companies. However, as I will show with an example, limited liability companies can be used as a tool to create financial instruments that, under the circumstances, can drain businesses of underlying values that are normally an important prerequisite for all the considerations I have mentioned. This is, in my mind, unfortunate, and in practice we have a challenge in regulating this. This is because we have the following triangle, and I hope I have the first, We have the regulatory authority, we have the law, lawyers and courts, and we have the financial markets. Each of these safeguards its own interests. The courts are satisfied if they arrive at the right legal result, even if this result can be a disaster for the handling of value creation and underlying values. The financial markets, on the other hand, as we shall see, use the law, perhaps disloyally, but not unlawfully, to optimize their revenue stream and not least to relieve risk as much as possible. To illustrate this, and one An unintended point of the limited liability company is that it is possible to separate profit and risk in different companies when the ownership interest in these companies is the same. In principle, a myriad of companies can be established to fine-tune the placement of profit and risk, even if the real ownership interests are in the hands of one private individual. This will therefore be a very important tool for purely financial players that involves going beyond the actual rationale for the limited company. I will use 3 terms to illustrate this. It's the holding company, the infrastructure company, and the production company. The holding company owns the infrastructure company and the production company. In order to meet the considerations that justify the limited liability company, which I've mentioned above, it's sufficient and actually necessary to establish one production company. However, in certain markets, it is normal to establish one production company and one infrastructure company that owns the infrastructure. A long-term lease is then entered into between the production company and the infrastructure company, which in practice transfers significant values from the operating company to the owner company. Such a division is not necessary, but rather unfortunate in the interests of the production company. The reason for doing this is to separate profit and risk. Externalities are created by increasing the risk for creditors, including the public sector, without them being able to do anything about it. What happens is that all or part of the value creation is transferred from the production company to the infrastructure company. This, of course, impoverishes the operating company and could be very unfortunate. Ultimately, the holding company will be able to sell the infrastructure company. In reality, what is being sold is an income stream that, under the circumstances, may have very low risk. The required rate of return will be correspondingly low, and the value of the income stream correspondingly high. I have myself been working for about 4 years on a dispute between 2 shareholders in an infrastructure company. There is an industrial owner. It's called Celsa. It's a Spanish company with subsidiary in Norway, and it produces reinforcing steel. And the other one is a financial owner with the descriptive and euphonious name Asset Buyout Partners. In practice, Celsa has been producing steel in a small town in northern Norway, Mo i Rana, since the 1950s. This was the result of a deliberate policy by the Norwegian state to build up the basis for industry and settlement in northern Norway after the Second World War. There were 2 key resources. 1, very affordable hydropower, and 2, access to an ice-free harbor all year round. In the 1990s, the state-owned business was privatized, and it was the affordable hydropower, ice-free harbors, and technical infrastructure that was the most important startup capital for companies such as Celsa. Other businesses include Elkem, Ferroglobe, and Glencore in this Mo i Rana city. These companies took over the infrastructure company without consideration. as several manufacturing companies owned the infrastructure company together, it was in their common interest that the return on value creation should remain in a manufacturing company where it really belongs. At the same time, all the companies were in practice tied to the location because there were no other realistic alternatives that could offer cheap power, ice-free ports, and valuable infrastructure. Then, a very important control on this, actually the only control in practice, was that the shareholders had entered into an agreement on the right of first refusal for the shares, both on sale and on termination of the business. The latter was important because it meant ensuring that the infrastructure company was user-driven. And the right of first refusal was exercised every time shares were transferred or operations were discontinued. Then this private equity company, Asset Buyout Partners, took over 49% of the shares through a demerger. The company claimed that this did not trigger the preemption right. Celsa nevertheless asserted the right of first refusal, and this issue was settled in an arbitration award in Celsa's favor. Asset Buyout Partners had paid approximately 35 million euros for the shares and was reimbursed 40 million euros by Celsa upon exercise of the preemption right. Despite this, the parties have now been arguing for almost 4 years about the ownership of these 49% shares. This illustrates two things: the underlying value of the infrastructure and this is my key point, the risk of separating production and production assets in two different companies. What is happening in this case is that Asset Buyout Partners is trying to get hold of the discounted value of cheap power, ice-free harbors, and well-functioning infrastructure by forcing its way into the infrastructure company. Celsa, for its part, is doing what it can to avoid this because the company runs a great risk as a production company if Asset Buyout Partners get hold of these values. So what can we draw from my examples? The most important thing is that society has not found a way to counteract the unintended, undesirable consequences of legal regulation, the limited company. I believe an important reason for this is that the legislators and lawyers do not understand or fully appreciate the financial market's tireless and effective methods of using legal frameworks to establish financial instruments that place assets outside where they are most useful, namely as working capital for production companies. And I was planning to end this by saying, I hope this ends well for Celsa. And I just, before lunch, received the final arbitration award. So that was in Celsa's favor. So we are very pleased.
Good news.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rasmus, for your presentation, because we understand the emerging needs for protection in Europe, especially when you talk about the view of the firm as the source of income and cash flows. Exactly. So I think that this is something that we must take more in consideration, even because private equity, when it's successful, will become public equity and then something for the stock market. So thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Bene, siamo all'ultimo panel. We are going to the last two intervention, and I would like to have with me both Mirella and Fabiana. So please, for the last two intervention, before the oxygen will end in this, prima che finisca l'ossigeno.
Io avrei delle slides.
Che puoi mandare via. Hai mandato? No. Francesco ha finito, ce l'hai? Bene. So, Mirella, we will address the ESG risk in banks, and it's a topic that I take care a lot, even because I think that governing banks it's easier than governing capital markets as well. So if we want a faster green transition, maybe we should regulate and foster banks toward green projects rather than promoting ESG direct investment on the basis of disclosure, because governing investors is simply, I would say, very difficult, but actually it seems to be useless. So thank you very much for being here. And Mirella,
thank you very much. Thank you very much. Do you have my presentation, Valeria? Thank you. So, yes. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you very much again for having us here. We are very pleased to be here. For the time being, I'm a guest researcher at the University of Oslo, but I have my background from the Ministry of Finance in Norway, like Trude said, where I have been working with a wide range of financial market issues, actually with everything, from insurance, pension, banking, investment banking, and so on. And after Minister of Finance, I actually had 5 years as a group chief compliance officer in the largest bank in Norway. So I have some experience with compliance of all these regulations that we have discussed today. But then I quit there and I started in the academia. So that's the reason I'm at the university right now. Today, I'll discuss how banks have to address ESG risks under the CRD6 framework. And this presentation I have is going to highlight the regulatory changes and the implications for the financial institutions. And maybe you will see at the end, I will maybe not agree with you, Valerio, but you will see, you will see. We will see. Okay, did I do it the right way? No? What did I do now?
Right or left?
Okay, there. Sorry. So, the presentation, or my presentation, is structured to cover the background and key provisions of the CRD6, the timeline, and definitions of ESG risks. I will also look into what supervisors expect, potential impacts for banks, and the broader economic implications. And the goal is to provide some understanding of the regulatory requirements and the practical consequences. Before we begin, because we have discussed different ESG regulations, I will only solely cover the ESG provisions under the CRD framework. So that's said. So, the EU has emphasized the growing importance of ESG in banking as part of its broader strategy for green financing. Private investments in sustainable and carbon neutral projects must scale up to meet economic and environmental goals. Banks have a dual role: financing the transition and managing their own risks associated with ESG factors. And like you see from the presentation, the EU has expressed themselves that the present legal requirements alone are insufficient to provide incentives for a systematic and consistent management of ESG risks by the banks. This is a part of the CRD6 framework. According to Article 73, the new framework will require banks to develop strategies for internal capital that addresses ESG risks over the short, medium, and long term. Short is 2 to 3 years, medium is 5 years, and long term is 10 years, and that's quite a long time for banks. Looking at Article 74, internal governance must include processes to identify, manage, and report ESG risks. And in addition, remuneration policies should reflect the bank's risk appetite regarding ESG factors. Then we have the Article 76. This is a quite important article in the CRD framework, and it's quite substantially amended. Management bodies, which also means management bodies in the supervisory function, must approve and review ESG strategies at least every 2 years. Banks are required to create specific plans with measurable targets to address ESG-related risks, and these plans must align with EU climate law and regulations, ensuring consistency across member states. So what does this actually mean? To comply, the new provisions are quite extensive, where banks must integrate ESG into governance, transition planning, and risk assessment. The focus is on long-term planning, like I said, 10 years, to ensure financial stability while addressing ESG challenges. And this integration extends also to policies like executive compensation, ensuring alignment with ESG goals. The CRR3, which I didn't mention, but that's the part of the banking package, defines ESG risks. So now we have a legal definition of ESG risks as financial losses due to environmental, social, and governance factors. However, the EBA have also defined that before in a report from 2021, and they also emphasize on that ESG risk is a financial loss due to environmental, social, or government factors. The EBA has newly published a guideline which defines ESG risks. You will see some of the components here. The guideline will apply from the 11th of January 2026. This guideline was published on Thursday last week. I have been through the draft before. I have not been going through the whole new published guideline, but it's really extensive. And it's also telling banks that they have to do how do you call it? Transition assessment of all the largest customers they have. That's a quite extensive task to have. The CRR3 with the ESG risk definition came into effect on the 1st of January 2025, and the CRD6, which I'm talking about now, must be adopted by national authorities by January 2026. Norway, we talked a little bit about Norway earlier this morning. As an EEA country, Norway aims, however, to align with the EEA rules with EU. So we expect in Norway, also the CRR is in force also in Norway, and we expect also that the CRD6 will be in force from the 1st of January 2026. The reason for that is quite obvious, and Norwegian banks are really pressing Norwegian authorities to implement much faster than they have been doing before. The timeline here actually also underscores the urgency for banks to prepare now for these changes. So what do supervisors expect from banks? From what I have been reading, supervisors seem to expect from banks to proactively manage the ESG risks and support customers in the transition. That will be very important. This involves integrating ESG considerations into the management framework and decision making, and supervisory authorities will monitor compliance closely to ensure the readiness of the banks. They will also, of course, include that in the SREP, also the supervisory examination review. Potential impacts for banks. The forward-looking ESG assessment is quite new, actually, because I don't know how many of you have been working with the CRD framework, but the CRD Capital Requirement Directive is not forward-looking. Banks are looking at the historical data. So this is really something quite new. When you do a forward-looking ESG assessment, you also have to align that with the bank's risk appetite. And it will require quite much information from customers. Here under also assessment of the transition risk of the customer. You can only imagine how long it took for banks to adopt the anti-money laundering regulations. Morten was going through something about that. But this is also going to be quite challenging. And the banks will need to distinguish between material ESG information from standard KYC data. That's two quite different things, but still. And current tools, which the banks already have, they may need to be upgraded to provide better portfolio insights and facilitate customer dialogue. So, a little bit on the broader economic implications, and that's my comment also to Valerio. I think that ESG risk assessments that the banks are going to do, it can influence credit allocation and shifting funding towards sustainable projects, which is good. And this can strengthen financial resilience. It can, but it may also challenge high-risk industries during the transition. However, while green initiatives are really vital and banks must prioritize, green initiatives are vital, but banks, they must prioritize. So they need to earn money. They have to be profitable and to ensure their own sustainability. So my key question therefore remains. What will the long-term economic effects be of these provisions? Because maintaining profitable banks is also essential to ensure continued financial intermediation and economic stability. Thank you so much. Short comment. If you like to come to Norway, this is how it looks in the wintertime.
Oh. We don't believe it's so beautiful, so we have to go and check. I fully agree with you, and I think that as mine was just a sort of joke, but I'm very worried about the need to fully understand where all these ESG risk introduction in the financial supervision of banks, prudential supervision of banks will lead to. So I think that the bank will need more capital, and I think that the capital will cost a lot. And we have experienced a transition in a period where the interest rates were very high. So they had the money to sustain their sustainability willingness. I don't know what will happen when if the interest rates will go low and low because of the DORA we spoke about tomorrow. DSG we're speaking now, they cost a lot of money, and I don't know where the bank can find all this money. Sì, condividevamo il punto del problema della profittabilità delle banche, perché la resilienza informatica costa, l'approccio verde costa, e quindi dove le banche troveranno tutti questi soldi ancora non lo sappiamo. Per ora c'erano degli alti tassi di interesse, quindi anche degli alti margini, ma adesso che tutto ciò va diminuendo bisogna trovare nuove sacche, e secondo me parte di questa soluzione sta nelle slide della professoressa Di Porto. I'm talking about a solution will be in the efficiency gained by using artificial intelligence in dealing with everyday activity. Because artificial intelligence may not be the solution to any question, but maybe help anyone in reducing the cost related for looking for a solution. Forse l'intelligenza artificiale non ci sostituirà, ma ci farà risparmiare un sacco di soldi, even in terms of labor. I'm very interested in Fabiana's approach because I think that his reasoning underlies several questions and will lead us to important conclusions related to the pillar we spoke about, the burden of regulation over people. So you are dealing with the use of artificial intelligence in European consultations, so in the process of lawmaking. Thank you, Fabiana, for being here after being having been in Oslo too. So looking forward to listen to you.
Thank you, Valerio. Thank you for inviting me to this session 2 of the Italo-Norwegian conference. Okay, this is a methodological paper which I have written together with another legal scholar and 2 data scientists. The male side of the authors are data scientists, the other 2 are jurists. Can I have the remote control, please? Yes. Thank you so much. Okay, but today we're talking about financial regulation. So what has it to do with financial regulation, and why am I here talking about that? In fact, I am dealing with consultations run by rule makers as well as independent authorities. So therefore, this paper, let's say, affects the way rule makers and independent regulators do consult with stakeholders and therefore gather evidence that inform that regulation. Of course, financial regulators are included in the baskets. That's the link I could find between my paper and today's conference. So we're going to talk about why consultations are relevant for rulemaking, and then see whether we can profitably use artificial intelligence in order to analyze the comments that are collected through consultations. Okay, as we all know, consultations are especially relevant in order to gather information that informs rulemaking. And when analyzing feedback to consultations, rulemakers can actually know what people want. They can know what their opinions are and what their views concerning different legislative proposals. Therefore, these views are incorporated into the final legislative proposals, and this is why it is extremely relevant, extremely important to be able to duly assess what people want. And one specific piece of this process which has been understudied is the way the EU, and especially the Commission, clusters different opinions together in order to form an opinion, a majoritarian or minoritarian opinions. Why is this especially important? Because the way opinion groups, opinion clusters are made, let's say, for instance, small and medium enterprises, the vast majority of the stakeholders consulted want this type of regulation, and they do not want this type of regulation. This is the input that the Commission uses in order to draft its regulation. So it is extremely important to understand the way it merged together different opinion groups. So we think that clustering opinion is relevant for legitimacy and for accountability. It also help building trust and ensuring compliance with the regulation, because stakeholders feel that what are their suggestions are actually channeled into the legislation produced. So therefore, being accurate in identifying and clustering stakeholders' opinion is fundamental. So to cluster opinion accurately means that similar ideas must be, first of all, duly identified and grouped together into opinion clusters. Why so? Because if we miscluster opinion, we may end up having views that are that some opinion may appear majoritarian when in fact they are not. And also we might have problems of representativeness. And of course we can, if groups are not clustered in an accurate way, we can discard extremely valuable information that channels into regulation. And also if clusters of opinion is not made accurately, then we can have also a problem of accountability. And what the research question we had was whether we could use computational tools, meaning algorithms, to help standardize opinion clustering and therefore making it more transparent. We'll have to say that the European Commission has done its homeworks, meaning that it explicitly invites regulators around Europe to be transparent concerning the tools that they are using to analyze the feedback they receive from the consultations. But is it really so in reality? The answer to this is not really. Because despite the fact that the European Commission acknowledges the use of artificial intelligence in consultations, in reality it does not really do so. There is only a sporadic use of computational tools in consultancy, in consultations. Thank you very much. In consultations, and especially we have run an analysis of 3 consultations that have been conducted by the European Commission. The first one is the Artificial Intelligence Act, the DMA, Digital Markets Act, and the DSA, Digital Services Act. So what we did basically was to check what the Commission said in analyzing all the comments and the feedback that it received out of those consultations. So we find that, first of all, sometimes, like in the AI Act, there is no explanation as per how the clusterization of opinion is done. No information at all. We do have some information for the DMA only, but which makes explicit reference to the use of AI in consultations. However, it does so only for the sake of identifying duplicate responses. This is because sometimes, especially let's say big companies tend to reply several times to the same consultation with exactly the same kind of text. And this is called a campaign, meaning they want to somehow bias the results of consultation. So they use artificial intelligence, but just for the sake of seeing whether there is any organized campaign to distort the results of a consultation. So what we found is that there is a total lack of a standardized methodology to run consultation, And also there is no clear methodology. Sometimes one methodology is used, sometimes another one is used. Why so? The reason is because they rely on third party, on consultants. So they rely on consultancy firms, and each firm uses its own methodology. But for this reason, we have a very limited transparency and therefore limited accountability. And it is difficult to identify similar ideas in the process. Therefore, our research question: can we use AI to help cluster opinions? We're not meaning that AI should replace opinion clustering done by humans. We are saying that computational tools can actually help clustering opinions and putting some science into something that we found being very art, much more art than science. Okay, our case studies, as I mentioned earlier, we examine three consultation processes, one related to Artificial Intelligence Act, the DSA, and the DMA. What did we do is to use several computational techniques, which are called natural language processing techniques, to help analyze the comments and then identify the clusters of opinions. Let's say that we will run through the methodology. However, we can anticipate that the results show that computational tools can actually help automatically identify groups, and they also help uncovering similarity and dissimilarity of opinions and also of the topics that are discussed. We also gather some unexpected results, which I'm going to illustrate. Okay. So we collected all publicly available comments to the three consultations, as well as their attachments when they were uploaded in PDF format. What you are seeing now in my slide is the number of replies that were gathered by the European Commission, not that much as you can see, divided by the single stakeholder category. So what the Commission does is, after analyzing all of those feedback documents, feedback comments, is to say Group A, academic and research, as well as the business association stakeholder group, they all together make a majority in favor of these regulatory options. In terms of length, when you use computational tools, what you do is to translate text into something that can be measured through an algorithm. So it is very relevant that the corpora, meaning the data set, are comparable. In fact, they are only to some extent, because as you can see from this second table here, you can see that on average, we have very different length in the documents that we analyzed. Sometimes they are around 23K, sometimes they are much smaller, like 15K, which is the case for the DSA. Despite these methodological constraints, what did we do is to use several techniques, not just one, but we employed several techniques which amount to both as lexical and semantic approach. So we extracted unigrams and n-grams. Unigrams, very broadly speaking, are just words. So we are counting how many times and with what frequency a given word was appearing in the documents. And with n-grams, we repeated the analysis, but looking not just at single words, but at continuous words, so almost sentences, because of course single words do not provide enough context to understand whether two groups are or not talking about the same stuff. If they are talking about the same stuff, meaning if the frequency with which some given words do occur, then we assume that they are talking about the same thing, okay? We are repeating these different approaches in order to extract some similarity indices. Again, here, what we're doing is to compare the different data sets in order to see, depending on the category, the way they talk about a given topic and to understand whether there is any similarity between the comments. Then we, let's say, use two different kinds of indices, the Jacquard and the Ruzicka, and then we resorted to heat maps. I'm going to show you very shortly what the heat maps are, but this is just to visualize the results. Ranging from green, I will show you in a second, where there is a high similarity between the topic discussed by different stakeholder groups. Red indicates that there is a very low similarity. So, okay, that was the most difficult part of the presentation. Now I can go smoothly. Okay, this is a heat map. Where you see green, it means that they are discussing the same topics, meaning that more or less they agree on something, more or less. When you see red, then you have groups talking about completely different topics. So we can assume that they're not belonging to the same opinion group. So results. What we find, and this is probably, is that medium and large companies, of course, tend to cover a wider array of topics. And this can be due to the fact that they have, of course, more resources to invest in consultations. A very interesting result is that there is a very low similarity between small and medium companies. This is true across all methodologies and across all corpora that we analyzed. What does it mean? It means that while we are very used to group together small and medium enterprises, we just consider them as almost a unicum. What we find is that from a lexicological point of view, they do talk about completely different things. They do not belong to the same opinion group. And this is something we should consider very carefully, because usually regulation is targeted at small and medium enterprises taken together. Well, we shouldn't. We should consider, let's say, separating these two groups. Also, another interesting result is that while medium and large companies, medium and large companies do have a lot of in common. So while medium should be, let's say, if we want to cluster medium together with some other groups, then that should be large companies rather than small ones. Another interesting result is that there is a similarity of positions between NGOs, non-governmental organizations, and large companies. And this is true for the DSA only, across all the methodologies we used. And this is strange, I would say, because usually NGOs should tend, let's say, to express the same interests as consumers, as citizens, but not so much as large companies, which is kind of strange. Trade unions tend to focus on topics on their own. Trade unions are the last column. Thank you. And they tend to really discuss topics on their own. We should say that the number of feedback by trade unions is very small. So we only have like 15 comments for one consultation, or 2 comments, or even 3 comments. This is really a problem, but we had to consider and to analyze that. Finally, this is also interesting because there is very low similarity between citizens and consumer organization. This is true across all corpora and across all methodologies we employed, and it's very difficult to explain. But what is interesting is that, quite on the contrary, if you read the impact assessment done by the European Commission, you will always find that consumer organizations and citizens are merged together to make one opinion group, which is not explicable. Or it can be explicable, but but not here. Okay, what are the regulatory implications of using such methodologies? One is that natural language processing technique can be used to analyze the content of largely participated consultations in order to identify the opinions and then cluster together. However, this should not be done just automatically as we did. Because there should always be a human check of the comments, so that we should use a hybrid methodology made of both automatic tools and human intervention. Why is this important? Because that would allow the European Commission, as well as whatever regulator, to have a standardized methodology which is replicable. And of course, this will have and will lead to an increased transparency in the way the European Commission runs its analysis of the consultation, as well as increased accountability. We will always have the problem of participation. Still, the number of comments that European Commission receives is very, very low, and that cannot be amended in any possible way. There are limitations in this study because, first of all, we had to analyze most of the comments which were in PDF format. This is very difficult and creates a lot of hurdles when you want to make computational analysis, because you have to convert such files, etc., etc. And using automatic tools to convert PDF files into text tools, as you all know, as you all experienced, can make you lose some information, some precious information. So that should be amended by the European Commission itself by making the possible to access the platform it uses for consultations just by using plain text. So you should have, ideally, we should have like a form and not the possibility to upload PDF files. That will be very easy. Also, we had to exclude a lot of comments, either because they were too few. To make a category, like non-EU citizens, they only have very few comments, and we had to exclude. And then we have this others category, where we do not know, just simply do not know what the Commission considered as belonging to the others category. But we could not exclude the others category because simply there were a lot of comments, so we had texts. And for algorithms to work, you need a lot of text. I think probably the fourth one is the highest, the biggest limitation of the study, meaning that we know what the people talk about. So we know that they are interested in one topic, another topic, etc. However, this study does not tell you how they talk. Are they happy with that topic? Are they unhappy with that? Do they want this? Do they want that? So that means that we should complement this study with other techniques, like, for instance, sentiment analysis. That will help also understand whether stakeholders groups are in favor or against something. But it means that there is room for others to continue this type of research and to engage in computational law researches. And then I come to my conclusion, which is, can AI be used in order to enhance the way consultations are run, and especially the way opinions are clustered? The answer is yes. However, it should be better to use the kind of methodology we suggest in this paper to create sort of an alert. Meaning that if the indices is lower than, say, 0.5, then that would mean that aggregating the opinions would not be a good idea. Otherwise, if the indices is much above 0.5, then you can have a sound idea that merging the opinions together is okay. And that also would, what we suggested is a methodology through which we did not intervene that much. You know that using algorithms can be done either to let the algorithm run without any supervision, or you can have a supervised machine learning. What we did is to try to step back and let the algorithm do the job. Of course, we have supervised the results to see whether they made sense or not. And that's the reason why we ran and we used several techniques, not just one, in order to confirm our results. And it seems that it works. So that's all, I think. Yes. Thank you very much for your attention.
Sì. Prego, prof. Un attimo che arriva il microfono. Anche perché.
Allora, Fabiana, ho molto apprezzato il tuo discorso. Mentre tu parlavi, vedevi che scorrevo qualcosa. Scorrevo un articolo sull'intelligenza artificiale che ho ricevuto proprio in questi giorni e che mi induceva a pormi delle domande critiche al tuo discorso, che però tu per fortuna alla fine hai risolto quando hai parlato di limiti, ma soprattutto di metodologia ibrida. Erano questi due punti chiave. Muovendo dal discorso con cui Valerio ha introdotto la tua conversazione, vale a dire che queste tecniche dell'intelligenza artificiale ci consentono di dare una risposta positiva a quei dubbi che stamane ci siamo posti con riguardo all'esternalizzazione delle attività. Io mi cominciavo a porre un problema, però noi sappiamo che l'intelligenza artificiale massimizza i pericoli del mercato, certi pericoli del mercato, perché gli automatismi su cui si fonda sono privi di quel apporto che l'intelligenza umana a volte dà, apporto correttivo all'interpretazione di determinate questioni. Però tu poi alla fine ci hai parlato di limiti e soprattutto, su questo vorrei che tu, se mi dici qualche altra cosa, sarei contento. Tu hai parlato di una metodologia ibrida. Infatti questo mio articolo che leggevo ieri e oggi anche si fonda tutto sul discorso del rapporto dell'uomo con la macchina. Appunto anche qui si parla di un metodo ibrido, però si fa un'osservazione critica che forse tu non ci hai fatto, ma che adesso ci puoi fare. Cioè, a questa domanda cosa mi rispondi? Fino a che punto l'intelligenza artificiale è in grado di essere indipendente e autonomizzarsi dall'aiuto dell'uomo? Perché se noi diamo una risposta affermativa a questo interrogativo, poi tutti i dubbi che avevamo sulla sua validità verrebbero meno. Se invece noi riteniamo che questo metodo ibrido ci costringe a continuare a tenere questa presenza pesante della mano dell'uomo, e allora si ridimensiona quell'auspicio di risoluzione tematica che ai problemi di questa mattina. Non so se sono stato chiaro, ma tu sei molto intelligente, quindi se vuoi tradurlo un momento.
Yes, Professor Capriglione was questioning the approach on human intelligence and the use of artificial intelligence by asking to Fabiana to develop more and go more in detail about the role of the human integration between artificial intelligence, computational capacity and the proper results.
Metodo ibrido, questo significa uomo. Però fino a quando? Quando è che diventa veramente indipendente? Questo articolo si fonda tutto su questa domanda. Come?
Sì, okay, so when is artificial intelligence going to be fully autonomous in running its operation, whatever they are? Well, my reply is it depends, which is always the best reply to whatever question. So, dipende, it depends. Todo depende. It depends, let's say, on the type of task we ask artificial intelligence. Because there are some routine tasks for which artificial intelligence can fruitfully substitute human beings, because, let's say, there is no decisional power in that routine and day-by-day work. There are some other activities, like, for instance, algo trading. That's one possibility, where a full automation, I don't know, can be a little bit more dangerous because of the principles that the law correctly establishes to limit both human and the machine's activities. So I think that as long as let's do a scenario. Let's imagine that artificial intelligence is just wonderful in proposing a financial investment, much better than a financial consultant. Can we expect the financial consultant to be replaced by the algorithm? Well, I would not be happy if that happened, because I'm not sure that artificial intelligence, given the present state of the art of artificial intelligence, would be able to assess my needs, my financial needs, my financial possibilities, my risk attitude, which are not given. They change over time. They can change over time. I can be a single and have some financial needs, but then I can marry and have children and have totally different financial needs. So is the machine able to, let's say, change its proposals depending on these changes in my life? Well, in principle it could, because artificial intelligence is based on data. So depending on the data you feed it up with, then it will be able to change, okay? But at the same time, the principle of adequacy, I think it's really the expression of the human in the loop. Having a human in the loop is in terms of European vision on how artificial intelligence should work. We should always keep a limit to what artificial intelligence can do, and always be able to possibly check the way artificial intelligence decided on whatever issue, and be possible to reverse the decision made by artificial intelligence. This is true for... Yeah, I mean, I had a caveat. The caveat is given the state of the art of artificial intelligence, meaning that in 2 years' time, 3 years' time, 5 years' time, I don't know, artificial intelligence could be much better than us in doing a lot of things, so we cannot know. So far, I think we should keep exactly limitations.
Thank you, everybody. And I would like just to conclude with a... Okay, I've prepared 24 pages that I will defer to actually to a written supplement to Law and Economics Yearly Review we will publish, even because today's speeches has questioned a lot of thought I have written before. Not only because of your answer, which actually I fully agree, but even because everybody of us at this table has questioned the fundamental reasoning about the new pieces of law, by questioning both the details, both the whole background. What I've seen today, what I expect tomorrow from you, it's the full understanding of the strategy and goals of the new European regulation for banking and finance. So actually, I think that the strategy is clear. So address the previous issues we had before, or the current issues we are exploring now. But which is the goal? Is the goal only the fix, let's say, the restatement of the current rules? Is the goal the improvement of the regulation effectiveness, or the market efficiency, or the peace, or the real goal is the European dream that Professor Capriglione dream that Professor Capriglione recalled this morning. So I think that we are in the middle of a regulatory path, and this is why I think that law and economics must deal together under the European Union more than in the past, where we were looking for a common market. Now we are a common market, and we are looking for efficient rules for a common market, maybe. And as you said, for new tools, even for writing new rules. I won't question further on artificial intelligence. In my opinion, this regulatory path is going towards stability, which was the goal of all the monetary intervention experienced in the early 2000s. Resilience, which is the goal of the prudential supervision, as well as the DORA regulation, and so on. And in the end, of sustainability, which is the goal of ESG framework, as well as a promise of our generation to the next generation in Europe, by quoting the overall program of the European Commission. What is crystal clear today is that are emerging new needs for protection in Europe, both with respect to individual rights. Let me just quote the right of being human vis-à-vis artificial intelligence, or the right of being investor and savers vis-à-vis banks or financial markets, as well as new need for protection for our data, or the need for protection of the functioning of financial intermediaries in Europe, as well as the need for having value when we pay for our services, as Professor Troiano said this afternoon. Let me conclude by quoting the last book of Guido Alpa we presented in these premises, who talk a lot with Mats and Dennis too, because he has just translated this book in English. So you can find a new book called Solidarity as a Principle for Regulating Sustainable Markets. And I think that we are, as a lawyer, as law scholars, dealing with very deep details, because we have not received a clear indication from philosophers and ethical studies and from the politics about the new trends in Europe. And I hope that solidarity will be driven for a new politics that will set Europe in the middle of the geopolitical questioning that are crossing all over the world. Because what I see as an evidence is that Europe is the only area in the world where you can fall, broke your leg, and don't have any issue in going to the hospital. You have not this right in any other country of the world, United States, China, Africa, Russia, and so on. So I think that Europe must, and going further in protecting individual rights, market stability, and the overall wellness we have gained in the last 70 years. And I hope that tomorrow we will listen by the young scholar new reflection about this questioning by looking to this overall goal, remembering that we are lawyers and not politics. Thank you very much. Una nota di servizio, mi chiedono dall'università se possiamo venire tutti qua per fare una foto di gruppo, per dimostrare che abbiamo resistito 8 ore. So we are going to have a group picture.